Okay, thank you very much. And without further ado, we'll go on to our next person, that's Suzanne Dorsey. And Suzanne was appointed as MD's Deputy Secretary in June 2022. Suzanne has also been the agency's Assistant Secretary since February 2019, working with the agency's Water and Science Administration and Chesapeake Bay Restoration, on major issues that require cross collaborations on climate resilience. So without further ado.
Thanks, Randy.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the privilege of being amongst you. To be totally frank, I learned early in my career that interns are probably smarter than me. They're probably more ambitious than me. They're probably more creative than me. And so from day one of my career, I have had the privilege and the opportunity to work with young people in your early career, and I have benefited from it personally. Truly, I'm here today because of work like you, like Mackenzie. I'm here today because of the great work that you do, and you've done, and you will do. And my one request to you is pass it on. Pass it on. You will have that. You've started an amazing journey. You're going to have the opportunity to pass it on. So I've got 3 pieces of advice for you. Number 1, embrace fear. Do not be afraid of failure. Success is paved with many failures. Lean into that. Embrace fear. Be curious. Every scary opportunity, make sure that you're learning, that you're leaning into that opportunity to engage and learn. And finally, be humble. You never know who knows more than you or who has a better idea. Don't get too full of yourself. So we live in extraordinary times. It is an amazing time to be a part of the environmental field, whether you're in policy or in research. There is quite truly no more impactful time to be in this area. First and foremost, equity. We all know that systemic and historic racism has shaped our communities and made them uneven in ways that affect people today. And we have the moral accountability, responsibility to work every day to address that unevenness, to make sure that equity drives us. What an incredible privilege, responsibility, and opportunity. There's leaders in this room today who work on that every day. I hope all of you will center your work on equity. The other major issue is climate change. And I'm not going to talk about doom and gloom because certainly it's a threat, but I really want to lean into the opportunity that climate change offers us. We're going to change how we live on this earth. I mean, I get to wake up every day and think about how do I help these communities, especially communities that are uneven, that don't have as many opportunities. How can I help them make their vision a reality? How can I make their communities safer, economically thriving? That's an incredible opportunity. So leaning into the opportunity that climate change presents to us as a society to very quickly transform the way that we live in nature, and to really look at nature as not an obstacle, but as the answer. That's an incredible, incredible opportunity, right? So Mackenzie, I came to her and said, what should I say? Oh, I've got 4 minutes. What should I say? She said, well, tell them a story. Tell them a story of a challenge early on. So Bill and I, a long time ago, we worked on a lot of boats. We used to work, 24-hour, 48-hour shifts, sometimes a month long. Sometimes I had to go to the Caribbean. It sounds like fun, but it's a lot of work, right? You guys know, right? How many of you have been out in the field? Yeah. How many of you have been out on boats this summer? Yeah. So it's fun, right? But it's also hard work, right? So I worked with an incredible mentor who to this day is just somebody that I admire greatly. But early in my career, he gave me many opportunities to be on the boat. At one point, he said to me, it's time for you to step back. We need to let the men do this part. This is a safety issue. We need to let the men do this part. Now, I love this man, I love him today, but that was a challenge and one that I had to navigate carefully. Because at that time, I couldn't say, wait a second, that's sexist, you can't pull me off of that. And by the way, there's winches on this boat, there's nothing they're doing that I can't do, right? I couldn't really say that. So I regrouped, I took a deep breath, and I watched. And that opportunity gave me, I used my curiosity, I watched how people acted. I used my soft skills to learn how people acted and how, in that setting, I could be successful. And y'all be more confrontational than I was at this time. Times have changed. But it really taught me how to lean in, how to not be afraid of upsetting somebody that to this day I love and respect, and how to make sure I got the skills I needed. Because guess what? I needed to be more confident on that boat than anybody else. I needed to be able to do everything, tie every knot. So I leaned into that experience. And I remember being young and scared and upset, emotionally upset. And there was no way I was going to let it stop me. So I stepped back, I learned, I moved forward and I engaged. I was able to become the principal investigator where I was put by myself on a Caribbean island and I ran an entire research operation for my PhD work. That was super fun, super hard. I was really cold. We can talk about that later. So that's lean into fear and be curious. What about be humble? Many of you, there are mentors in here. Some of you will be mentors. Almost all of you will be mentors. Early in my career, I ran a nonprofit. I had interns. Thank God he made my career. I was wildly successful because I brought in interns. And I had an intern come to me and say, hey, I think you should do a 5K program here. I said, I am an environmental organization. 5Ks have liability issues. There are a lot of work, a lot of time. I'm not doing 5K. I save sea turtles. I save the maritime forest. 5K, you're insane. Way too much work. I think you should do it. The secret to my success was with interns is they got to pick any project they wanted to do, be it research or anything else. And this guy said to me, okay, I want to do the 5K as my research project. At the end of the year, it was wildly successful. I was completely wrong. He was completely right. We reached 70,000 more people every year in educational opportunities, people that wouldn't come on our tours and our educational programming. We raised $120,000 annually because an intern said, I think you should do a 5K. And I wasn't humble to begin with. So be humble, listen. We don't always have the best ideas. And a lot of times, young people, young career beginners have the best ideas. So be brave, embrace that fear, lean into it. Be curious, be humble. Thank you for your service. Thank you for what you've done. Now is the time, honestly, now is the time where you can enter this field as a researcher, as a policymaker, and make a difference. We need you, we want you. Use your network and be a network. Thank you very much.
I'm not.
Maybe it's you.
Where I don't have this.
Up there.
Good.
Well, that's very interesting.
Always have something else.
Oh, no, he knows. Oh, they're not supposed to. Oh. They're working at the class.
Did Ren show you that? Randy, do you have them all in one document?
No, it's in this, I just emailed you the,
I mean, are the slides in one file, or do I need to
One
shuffle
poll.
it? Okay.
Yes.
That's fine. I can pull them up. I just need to, I'll get the first one going and then we'll figure out the rest.
Yeah, so I just thought
I
about
got a 1:30.
Okay, so thank you very much, Suzanne.
Thank you, Randy.
Just to piggyback off your point, one of your points you made, in Annapolis Gardens, we are working on, some of my colleagues are working on a grant that was funded to plant trees in the hood. And it's called an urban tree grant program. But one of the challenges we were seeing, it was around outreach and our capacity. And they had a national night out event a couple of days ago. And we were all there representing. It's a beautiful thing. Well, one of the girls who was at the table serving the food at National Night Out, later that night at 10 o'clock was shot in her arm. And it was a traumatic experience, but we're supposed to be having this tree planting launch tomorrow. And so how does that play into how you go about outreach and doing environmental education in some of these more underserved communities? So this is a challenge that we face, and just thought I'd share that. It's kind of relevant to one of the points you made. So moving right along, we have up next Alexis. Are you ready? Go. Thank you. Feeling blue.
So I hope everyone's having a really nice Friday morning. I know I am. I'm a little nervous because I haven't done a presentation in a couple of years. But so is this how I'm gonna be changing slides?
Is there a way to put? Yeah.
Just, you can just say next slide and I'll advance you.
Okay, thank you.
Or, yeah.
So it's like,
That only works, Kenyatta, if you run the slides from your
Oh,
computer.
okay. Gotcha.
so
Is there a way to put?
I have it up there. You have to switch what's on what screen from your side, though.
It's always good to be first, Get all the bugs.
Yeah.
so changing it, what? Do I erase this or just like this?
Yeah, Melissa will run.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Alexis Cellfax, and
Sorry.
It's okay, it's all good. And my project is capacity building in the agriculture sector. My internship was based out of the Annapolis EPA office, and my mentor was Jeremy Hansen, who was amazing. Next slide, please. So a little bit about me. I go to the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, and I'm a sophomore right now. And my major is geography and environmental science with a certificate in international relations to get like a little bit of an emphasis on environmental policy. So post-grad, I plan to pursue a master's in either environmental policy or science, still up for debate, with also emphasis on climate change. Because for some of my career goals, I want to work in a nonprofit work in international climate relief, helping with disadvantaged communities in foreign countries and who have been negatively impacted by the repercussions of climate change internationally. So one of the ways that I got into the StREAM program was kind of the same that has been talked about before, where I had this amazing advisor with my environmental science department. And she was sending out a bunch of internships, and I was applying to them, and they were all out of state. And I'm like, come on, like I would love to work with the Chesapeake Bay, like because it's like it's genuinely my biggest passion is not just climate change, but being housed in the Chesapeake Bay program, not just the program, but just the Chesapeake Bay estuary. That is like one of the most important estuaries in the world, and especially to me because I've lived in Maryland my entire life, and I have 7 years of experience with environmental conservation projects and education outreach programs. And so I was really drawn to this just because I'm like able to do research in the Chesapeake Bay, and also like community involvement and the 5 competencies that have been like described all over the webpage, and as well as like field experience and getting like a foot in the door. And another thing that I really loved about the program is that I'm able to kind of tweak my project based on my interests. So like I was saying earlier, I have this like passion for environmental conservation with the Chesapeake Bay, but I also really love agriculture and like looking into like small farmers markets are my absolute favorite thing. And I love looking into conservation practices that are being made on farms, both large scale and small scale, like commercial and just like normal, like small farmers. And I have experience with looking into agricultural pollutants in the Potomac River, and I wanted to look into capacity building in regards to agriculture and what's being done in that sector. Next slide, please. So the goal of my project was to find ways to increase capacity building in the Chesapeake Bay program and its partners, specifically looking at agriculture. So the way I did this was by having conversations with organizations such as conservation districts and NGOs and nonprofits in the greater DMV area of the Chesapeake Bay estuary, and just try to get a better understanding of how to increase capacity building based on how people have been able to increase it and sustain it in the past. Next slide, please. So what is capacity building? So through my research, I've been able to like categorize it into 3 interchangeable and intertwining groups. So there's the enabling environment of an organization. There's the organization itself and also the individual level. So I wanted to focus on the stories that organizations had to tell. So their experience with staffing turnover, because that's kind of an issue, their boots on the ground, and how many people are actually able to do like outreach and field work. And by having these conversations, I was able to look at the capacity building in regards to empowering and enabling entities to perform more efficiently, and looking into how entities are able to perform their goals and best meet like what they actually want to be doing, and looking into how they've been able to meet their goals and what they've been doing in the past. So I also want to foster positive and impactful outcomes and how they've been able to do that, both looking at management, administration, and staffing. Next slide, please. So looking at specific organizational capacity, 3 of the biggest like indicators, building off of the enabling environment, organization, individual level, is looking at the community, money, and workplace. So kind of like looking at like the sweet spot right there. They have the community aspect is very, very important to organizations, and doing their actual education outreach with farmers, because that is extremely important in agriculture entity, because how are you actually going to be able to implement these conservation practices on farms if you're not going out and talking to them? So that's one of the biggest factors that I've learned when doing research and looking into how people have actually been able to increase capacity levels of like districts and organizations, is actually talking and going out to farmers. There's also obviously the money aspect. That's a little bit more difficult. There's been like boots in the ground report and lots of reports with like the Alliance and different programs about how talking to farmers and talking to the people who are in charge of implementing these conservation practices on farms and like what issues they're having, which is extremely helpful in trying to pinpoint how to increase the capacity. But I also wanted to highlight some of the success stories and how people have actually been able to do this. So the Alliance has been able to do that a lot with agriculture. But there's also a really heavy emphasis on workplace life. So that involves like communication, that has to do with like the community and outreach, interpersonality, and looking into the actual aptitudes of individuals in the organization and what actually makes them interested in the work that they're doing, and kind of building off of that. Next slide, please. So when going about my project, I was able to interview with 6 different conservation districts, and those are district managers. Okay, thank you. And also a couple of nonprofit organizations like the Chesapeake Bay Commission and the Bay Foundation, which I was so happy to talk to the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, because I've been using their research in all of my projects for like so many years. So it's really, really interesting, and another like networking, which I've been able to do a lot with the StREAM program, which is getting my foot in the door and talking to these people. And with an interest that I have in conservation practices and like actually implementing them on the ground, it's really interesting looking at the actual management process and the capacity levels and how people are actually able to implement these projects on the ground. Because there's so much money and so many resources being poured into these projects. It's interesting to look at the other aspect of who's actually implementing these things and trying to bridge the gap between the research that's being done on how to implement like forest buffers, kind of like what Will's doing, which is really interesting, and like how they're actually able to get this on the ground. So during my interviews, it was very qualitative and an open flow conversation style to keep people as like comfortable as possible, just talking about like their story and their how their workplace life has been, and like with talking to like district managers and people who are in charge of agriculture outreach programs and like the Bay Commission and the Alliance. It's been really interesting getting their actual stories and how they've been able to do this. Next slide, please. So from my research, as I said earlier, I was able to categorize capacity building aspects into 3 different groups of the enabling environment, organization, and individual level. And some of the overarching themes that I got from talking to all of these people was the policy framework is definitely a very big contributing factor, especially with like not necessarily nonprofits, but people who work with like the more towards like the federal and government level, like with the conservation districts. Half of the staffing are like NRCS and stuff. So that's really, really interesting looking at the funding. And some of the ways that they've been able to increase their capacity and sustain capacity levels and being able to reach their goals is having flexible and predictable funds, as well as an increase in engineers and contractors in Virginia. So at the organizational level, communication is one of the biggest aspects and definitely emphasized from everyone that I've talked to. Is being able to build off of their staff's interests, like the aptitude I was talking about earlier. And also, people have been able to increase their capacity by hiring more conservation planners. And in Virginia, they have a lot of fast-track training programs and certificates that people are able to do to kind of like build their technical assistance capabilities to try to like help in the amount of work that they're able to put into the field. So for the individual level, soft skills and their ability to communicate is definitely emphasized, which it seems kind of like, oh, like that. You want to hire people and be able to build your skills of being able to talk to people, but it's actually like one of the most important aspects when trying to increase the amount of conservation and practices and PMP projects that are implemented on like agriculture and farms is actually going out and talking to these farmers and having open communication, where you're talking about the balance between. Obviously, they want to have the biggest like net output of like what they want to be like farming and outputting. But it's really interesting to talk to them about their experience with conservation practices in the past, and also like trying to push them towards more sustainable practices. So another thing is having more open source and accurate data collection has been really interesting with conservation, not necessarily conservation, but more like nonprofit and NGO type areas where they've been able to share the information that they have, who have they been able to talk to, who is interested in having these, implementing these projects on their farmlands. So that's been very interesting. So all 3 of these aspects, this is kind of like the bulk of my research and what I've been able to do. And I plan on making I'm in the middle of making a report that I'm going to be putting out to as many people as possible, talking about different ways that you're actually able to increase your capacity from how people have actually been able to do it. Next slide. So I think that the biggest competency that I've been able to build on is definitely professional development. So I've done a couple internships and jobs in the past, but they've all been like remote and hybrid. I've never had an experience of actually working in an office, which I found out that I kind of love. Like, I work in a cubicle, I'm right next to Will, I'm right next to Jeremy, we like hop our head up and they're like, what are you doing today? And he's like, oh, working on the car. And I'm like, dang it, like, I need to do that. So it's honestly been an amazing experience, and I'm so glad that I've been able to work with Jeremy and be like so close to Will too, because we're working on similar projects. And I think that I've most definitely been able to build on my skills of being able to talk to people. And there's definitely been an emphasis on like workplace stuff is so interesting, and like eating lunch with my coworkers and like dressing up all nice and wearing slacks. And I'm like, man, I feel so cool. So it has been an amazing experience. I'm so glad that I've been able to get my foot in the door, especially at the EPA office. Like, that's literally my dream job. So this has been an absolutely amazing experience. So next slide, please. So some of my plans for my future projects is, like I was saying earlier, I'm going to be continuing my report and putting out as many deliverables as possible when it comes to the research that I've been able to gather from talking and interviewing with all these people, which has been an interesting process. And for me personally, I want to continue to contribute my efforts to the Chesapeake Bay because it is still my heart and my passion, and I want to stay here for as long as possible and contribute as much research and energy as I possibly can to making the Bay a better place in Maryland as well. I also want to continue my research on agricultural pollutants with Maryland oysters, which I'm really interested in, and keeping my foot in the door when it comes to agriculture research. And because it's kind of like the future of at least the Chesapeake Bay estuary with reducing nitrogen and phosphorus pollution levels and the water quality levels. Definitely emphasis on Pennsylvania, but you guys already know that. So it's been really interesting talking to people who are working alongside farmers directly and working with direct solutions that are really making a difference. And I want to make obviously as much of a difference as possible. And I think that putting this research out there is definitely going to be something that people can learn from, at least a little bit. So my plan for the future is continuing my education to master's level, as I said earlier, maybe a PhD. Still up for debate. And environmental science, possibly policy, and hopefully landing jobs in the environmental sector, focusing on research and education as well as climate change. Next slide, please. And I would love to personally thank every single person that has been able to help me. Everyone that I've interviewed, obviously Jeremy, who has been amazing to work with. Will, who has been working alongside my project, kind of working on the same thing, which has been nice. Suzanne and Jackie, who have been along with me since day one, and they are amazing. And the entire StREAM team, who I have built an amazing community with, and lots of friends. And I would love to personally thank everyone and all the people that I've been able to work with. So thank you so much. Do we have time for questions?
Yep, we have a small, so if anyone has any Q&A, questions, anyone, we'll do that now.
I was thinking, did you have a chance to interview any farmers directly?
I was able to interview 2 farmers.
What surprised you?
That they're so passionate about the environment, honestly, because and they're honestly all entrepreneurs, and I wasn't even thinking about that, because surprisingly, a lot of people who work in conservation, soil and water conservation districts, especially in Pennsylvania, have experience with not only living and working on farms, but just growing up on them, and that's definitely a skill set that they try to hire as much as possible, is people who are actually actively farming or have done it in the past and know how to talk to them and kind of convince them hey, you should plant more trees. So I think the amount of care that people in this entire field have for the environment of Chesapeake Bay, even just being in Pennsylvania, you're not necessarily directly impacted by the waterways. It's not right in your backyard like it is in Maryland, but they're still so passionate about it, and that honestly makes me so hopeful for the future in trying to decrease pollutants and agriculture practices in Pennsylvania surrounding areas.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Brittany Hall, I work for MPS Chesapeake, but I'm also the co-chair for the diversity work group. I want to say I really appreciate your research, and I think it would be really helpful for all of the partners of the Bay program and then our MPS partners as well. I was just wondering, with your report, will you be detailing any of the kind of fast tracking training programs, and will you be making any kind of recommendations for this type of you said the characteristics or skills that people in this field should have when you're hiring? Because I think that's something that doesn't really come up. People have asked me, and I'm
So my project definitely had an emphasis on solutions. So I definitely plan on doing some recommendations towards the end of what's available per state, because Virginia is surprisingly different from Maryland. Didn't know that. But with a lot of the programs that they have going on in certificates, and there's a lot of work being done in Penn State with their agriculture outreach program and education certification, there we go, programs. So I definitely plan on at least touching on some of the things that I've been able to highlight in my research when it comes to recommendations that I have towards organizations. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. All right, so we have we're about offset about 4 or 5 minutes, which is fine. I'm perfectly fine with that. Next up to the stage, we have Bria Dixon on the Penn State University.
No, you
No.
know.
Oh, maybe I can stay.
There you go.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So my name is Bria Dixon, and I was with DOE this summer. So that's the Department of Energy and Environment located in DC. Bulk of my work was focused on stream restoration, but I also did data migration and rapid stream assessment. So next slide, please. And I have some notes. I'm not as cool as Alexis. So I'm currently a UPenn grad student going into my second year. At the end of this month, what drew me to StREAM was basically that, it focused on recruiting students from populations who've been historically excluded from the environmental field. And I feel like being a person of color is really important for me to see, people like myself and other people of color represented in this field, because you don't see it often. So my focus in school right now is environmental policy, and I expect to graduate in spring of 2025, which seems super far away. But it's only a year and a half, so I guess it's not that far. And then after graduation, I would like to come back to this area. I really fell in love with DC this summer. I did a lot of biking, so I feel like that changed my plans for the future. Definitely want to get into like the city planning sector to see how I can make like the roads a little bit safer for bikers. Being a biker this summer, I definitely see the importance of bike lanes. Like before, I didn't have too much respect for bikers, but now I do. So I'm like, okay, I'll give you a little bit more grace. Next slide, please. So like I said before, the basic purpose of my internship was basically to determine if the stream restoration work that DOE has been doing is actually working. And I've been doing data migration, site visits. So I've been visiting sites that have been restored, sites that haven't been restored, and then a few sites that have been restored, but then they need to go back and re-restore them because it didn't work out. And then also performing rapid stream assessments using GIS mapping. So the primary portion of my work was done in a hybrid format with a combination of field work, field trips, and attending staff meetings in DC. And I think that DOE's Watershed Protection Division work is important because they do a lot of work that's similar to the EPA, how the EPA, they protect the rivers and streams of the nation, and then DOE does that for the district's rivers and streams. And I also think this work fills an important information gap that we don't currently have, because not a lot of people are familiar with stream restoration work, like myself, before I started this. So yeah, I think that's super important. Next slide, please. So stream restoration work, it focuses on stabilizing stream banks, improving water quality, and enhancing habitat conditions in streams across the district. And I think it's super important to highlight this type of work, especially in the district where the streams deal with large amounts of stormwater entering the streams during storm events at both high volume and high velocity. And these conditions cause high rates of bank erosion, which degrades habitat and water quality conditions. And to date, the district has restored over 4.35 miles, which is equivalent to 23,000 feet of stream in the district over the last decade, which doesn't sound like a really big strip of land, but looking at the streams, like going to the sites and seeing how long the process actually does take, that number is actually really significant. So while performing my stream monitoring analysis, I collected and analyzed final results from multiple stream reports, and I looked at several parameters, including but not limited to water temperature, pH, turbidity, E. coli presence, and the index of biological integrity for macroinvertebrates and fish. So basically just looking at if bugs and fish were able to survive in the stream pre-restoration and post-restoration. And I work closely with internal staff, Matt English, who's my direct mentor, who's not here today, he's on vacation. But I also worked with Effatiri. She also is part of DOE's Water Quality Division. And external partners included EarthSoft and COG. So EarthSoft is an environmental data management system software, and they're the producers of Equus, which is like a huge database that I pretty much gathered all the reports for, made a big spreadsheet, and then transferred them into that database. And COG is the Metropolitan and Washington Council of Governments who provided us with all the raw data for the stream monitoring. And the data migration portion of my work was super important because this is the first time that DOE has done this. So, oh my gosh, seriously, okay. 7 minutes. It's the first time that they've done this. Basically, like if you wanted to see some results, instead of going to multiple reports, I pulled all the final reports, or all the final results from the reports, put it in a master spreadsheet, put that into like an electronic deliverable document, and then uploaded it to a database. So all you have to do is access the database. Next slide, please. So this is two before and after photos. They're not of DOEEs because the site that I chose doesn't really have a lot of pre-restoration data. But if you can see in the photo on the left, there's a lot of erosion on the sides of the bank. And this picture actually comes from MDOT. And so the bank on the left, or the stream on the left, has tall and actively eroding banks on each side. So construction usually takes place around the first photo, and it consists of removing trees, filling dump trucks with soil to fill the bank to make an even plane and to lower the floodplain. And then the floodplain is lowered to get water onto the floodplain and lower the velocity and therefore the erosive power of the stream. In addition to lowering the floodplain, we think stream restoration could be super helpful for bugs and fish that did exist in the stream before restoration. Because if you can see, like this, it's like it has a bunch of sediment right here. So obviously bugs and fish probably wouldn't be able to survive. But after that, they move all of the cobble out and they kind of make it even so that the water can flow through evenly. So bugs and fish will be able to survive. Next slide, please. So I compared the water quality from the stream monitoring reports to DC's water quality standards. And if you can see in the gray box, these are the water quality standards for rivers and streams effective October 1st, 2010. So basically the E. coli doesn't exceed a single sample value of 410. The turbidity does not exceed 20. pH is greater than 6.0 and less than 8.5. And the temperature does not exceed 32 degrees Celsius. And I want to just take a second to talk about the second bullet and how it relates to the bay, because I know we're all here for Chesapeake Bay. So stream restoration also improves water quality downstream, and it reduces the amount of erosion in the streams that help the Anacostia, Potomac, and Chesapeake Bay to have less sediment. And these restorations help us achieve goals in the bay's total maximum daily load. Next slide, please. So this was my focus area. This is just one of the many streams that DOE monitors. So this is a picture of Pope Branch. And our main focus is that stream in the middle. I don't know if you guys can see that blue line. But Pope Branch is a tributary stream of the Anacostia River in DC. And I chose this just because it was one of the sites that had the most pre-restoration data, even though it only has like 1 or 2 years of pre-restoration data. And then in the legend, you can see how it says upper reach A, upper reach B. So a reach is basically just a term that hydrologists use when they're referring to like a certain section of a stream versus the entire stream. Next slide, please. And this is a timeline of the Pope stream, or the Pope Branch stream restoration. So in 2012 is when they collected the macro data. 2014 is when they collected fish data. 2016, they actually started and completed the project in the same year, which I've come to find out is really rare.
And then post-restoration data collection took place in 2017 till last year. Next slide, please. And now we're moving on. Next slide. Lots of numbers here, but what I really want to just highlight for the sake of time is just the first year, which is 2012. That's when the pre-restoration data started, and then we're just going to shoot all the way down to 2022. So the temperature started at 3.3 and it went up to 8.9, which isn't really that bad because we don't want the temperature to exceed 32 degrees Celsius, and the temperature really just goes along with the seasons. And it also depends on how many trees were planted, and they were removed in 2016, which we don't have data for. And then the pH starts at 8.5, but it drops down to 6.46, which is good. And then the turbidity started at 7.7, but it went up to 14, which is still pretty decent because it didn't exceed 20. They didn't record turbidity in 2022 because I don't think it was part of their contract. And then E. coli didn't get recorded until 2022. Because it wasn't a part of their contract all these years, but it stayed at it ended at 61.3, which is below the 410 mark. Next slide, please. So this is just another visual to show you guys what it looks like over time. I chose 2012, 2013, and 2022, which is the most recent year that we have data for. And although I did mention on the last slide that turbidity stopped being recorded in 2019, so the orange turbidity, the last one, is actually 2019, not 2022. Next slide, please. So this is the macro data, and I really wanted to focus in on the number of individuals that were being collected as it relates to the IBI score. So the IBI score is the index of biological integrity. And that ranking was developed by Maryland Department of Natural Resources. So it's on a 5.0 scale. So it goes from, I think 5 to 4 is good, and then 3 to 3 is fair, and then it goes 4 and very poor. So as you can see, the verbal ranking for these, it started off as very poor in 2012, but then it got to 4, which is still not that great, but it's better than where it started at. And the IBI score started at 1.6 and it ended up at 2.1. And the number of individuals collected also increased. And then we can go to the next slide, which is just another visual representation for you guys. And then the next slide. This is the fish data. So we're just going to focus on lower reach A. In 2014, we started off with 1 species. In 2022, we left off with 4, which is pretty decent, but we still want to see a bit more diversity than just 4 different species. And the FIBI score started at 1.67 and ended at 2.33, which is pretty decent, but still we want to get out of that very poor to poor range. Next slide, please. And then this is just another visual to show it a different way. And then next slide, please. Sorry. These are pictures of Pope Branch post-restoration because we don't have a lot of pictures pre-restoration. So as you can see, this looks like a restored stream. So the basic gist of this is to make it look like we never came in and restored it. So do these look like humans have restored it, or does it look natural? It's natural. Okay, good. It works. It's working. The one on the far left, I forget the technical term from it or for it, but they'll come in and they'll actually make like actual like sets, like they'll dig and they'll drop it a little bit lower and then they'll fill it with rocks so the stream can have a constant flow downstream as well. Next slide, please. So these are a few pros and cons of the stream restoration or of the site that I analyzed.
I feel like overall it does work. With any project, you're gonna run into risk and you're gonna run into problems that you have. But I feel like if they could probably find a way to do it a little bit more time efficient, it may work quicker. Yeah. And then next slide, please. And then these are some of the data limitations. So out of 15 streams that they monitor, only 5 had pre-restoration monitoring data. And the Army Corps of Engineers, they pretty much fund all of their projects. And they require monitoring after restoration, but details on what is required is slim, like pre-restoration. Because they do require them to monitor it 5 years post-restoration, but not too much pre-restoration. And then next slide, please. Okay, finally on to the points. So I feel like this summer, the most, like this is systems thinking was the competency that I related to the most. I feel like stream restoration work relates most to systems thinking because during my rapid stream assessments, training, and field work, we were able to identify important needs of the stream, and that's how most of the streams are chosen to become restoration projects. And I also feel like when you're involved with stream restoration work, you can bring together citizen groups, local agencies, and stakeholders to work together on these planning efforts for these streams to get to a better place. Next slide, please. And then that's the end. Thanks to Matt, who's not here, DOEE, StREAM, Randy and Bart for putting together all the lunch bunches and the lunch and learns, and then all of my fellow interns. So, yeah.
We got about 2 minutes tops for some Q&A. So if anybody has any questions? First.
Okay. Great presentation. I really enjoyed learning more about the streams. I think like my question is based like, do you get to do some field work about it? And another question is, what is like a typical amount of species for a healthy stream in terms of fish, because I'm a fish person, or like insects?
So as far as the field work, I only got to visit the sites because I wasn't really involved in like collecting the data or anything like that. So we did a lot of site visits of streams that had been restored, new projects that they were working on. So we would just go out and basically assess the ones that hadn't been restored, see like where the erosion was and see like how far they wanted to, like where they wanted to start the project and where they wanted to end it. A lot of it has to do with, so it starts with a contract. So my mentor, Matt English, he is ahead of that. He basically puts together a contract and he gives it to, third-party contractors, and he says, hey, this is how much money we need for this project. And then sometimes they'll rebuttal and they'll say like, hey, we want more money to do the project. And then it's kind of like a back and forth, like a cat and mouse game until they can come to a consensus. There's also a design team that's involved that tells us like which trees to cut down, which trees not to cut down, and you have to get like a lot of permission too. Like you have to get the NPS involved. You have to make sure you have the funding for it. So it's a lot of work, and that was kind of like the field work portion, but most of it was just kind of like observing what the streams look like. And then as far as like a healthy number of fish or healthy or species, I'm actually not too sure, but I think it'd probably be at least about 10 or 20. I forget the name that Matt used for it, but some of the streams, I know we went to go visit a stream at Linnaean Park, and some of those fish were actually taken from another stream and put into that one, so which is not that good. So we want them to come naturally instead of us having to actually like take the fish from another stream and put it in there. So probably about like 20 would be a good number. So 4 is really bad.
There's a question online.
Good.
Did the restoration sites have any reference sites for comparison?
I mean, they kind of just had their own references. Like although we lack pre-restoration data, it's in there, like, but it's very sparingly. So there's nothing to really compare it to. I think it's just pictures that people may take and may upload to the server or DOE server, but the person who is ahead of that project, they just have to do a better job of getting pre-restoration data.
And my question, you kind of answered this. I was curious if the people you worked with at DOE, like your mentor, were the same people who worked on the design and the outreach and the implementation of the projects, or if they were just more the monitoring data collection folks.
I think it's a little bit of both. I know Matt has been there for not a very long time, but he's been there for a good portion of the projects, and he knows a lot about what it looked like before. So like the one that I told you guys that we did, I think they did it in 2014, and now they're having to go back and redo it. So he was a part of that project, and we actually went to go see it. So I think now that they're realizing that they don't have like a lot of free data, they're gonna do a little bit better with that. So I think to answer your question, it's a little bit of both. But like some streams, there was another person, his name is Josh Birch, that he worked on, but he didn't monitor it. So he started it, but he didn't monitor it. But I think that's a really good point that they should probably follow
I just
up.
wanted to know, I feel like you were able to hear the stories and experiences about what they went through to get these projects on the ground. So that's very interesting.
All right. Thank you. All right, so moving right along here, and lunch should be here in a little while. Everybody good? Feel free to get up, stand up. You need to wobble or anything like that. Feel free. We'll just keep moving on the schedule. I'm thinking for lunch we may, have like somewhere to work. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brooke Klein, and I will be presenting on calculated biosolids application in the Chesapeake Bay watersheds. And I worked with Emily Major and Andrew Sikelic. Next slide, please. So a little bit about me. I'm a rising senior at St. Mary's University of Minnesota. I am a double major in chemistry and environmental biology, and I will be graduating this upcoming spring. A little bit about the internship. So I wanted to do something that combined my interest in chemistry and environmental science, and I really think this did this well. And I also wanted a new and different environment. I've been in Minnesota my whole life, and I just thought this area was super cool. And yeah, post-graduation, I probably want to work for a few years after I graduate, and then continue on with my schooling. Next slide, please. So I want to give you guys a little background of what I'll be presenting on, so it makes a little bit more sense. But due to the time, it'll be all very brief. So I'm going to start out by talking about per and polyfluoride alkaline substances, or PFAS, or forever chemicals. So the origin, they started being manufactured in the 1940s. They're used to make products that resist heat, oil, water, and stains. They're used in a lot of things such as clothing, cookware, and aqueous film-forming foam, or AFFF, which is for fighting fires. And then a little bit about their mobility. They do not break down in the environment, so they kind of accumulate in our environment, which is why they're of interest. And they're also able to move through the soil down into groundwater, which is, again, also why they're of interest. And a little bit about the structure. So there's short chain PFAS, which move more rapidly and are more soluble in water, which are those top two PFAS, and as well as Gen X, which is the third down on the right. And then there's long chains, which are less mobile and are more likely to be in soils. And then a little bit about wastewater treatment plants. They do not treat for PFAS, so they end up in the biosolids that they produce. And these biosolids are from solid waste, from things such as septic and other organic matters. Next slide, please. Here is a conceptual map, a little bit about wastewater treatments and PFAS. So you can see the wastewater treatment plant is there in the middle. And municipal biosolids is what we'll be focusing on, and they come from residential wastewater, so like houses and other non-industrial, such as like apartments or restaurants, city kind of things. And then the liquid are treated and discharged into streams, and the solids are turned into biosolids and placed on agricultural lands. And there's many different routes that they can take from there, such as livestock exposure, uptake in plants, agricultural runoff into streams, and also move down into groundwater. Next slide, please. So a little bit about my work. I was at the USGS Water Science Center in Maryland, in Catonsville. And a little bit of like why I was doing this work is there's a presence in PFAS in the Chesapeake Bay. Wastewater treatment plants produce biosolids, which are used as a nitrogen fertilizer and are known to contain PFAS. Little is known about the fate of PFAS from biosolids in the Chesapeake Bay watershed. And then the objectives of my project was to estimate biosolids applied in Chesapeake Bay watersheds to create maps as a first stepping stone for other people to use, and was also to identify areas with potential for elevated PFAS. Next slide. And so a little bit about what I did. So some of the activities, I assisted with laboratory sampling and analysis for ongoing experiments, which is the picture on the right. And then I also went out into the field to take groundwater samples at agricultural sites, which is on the left, and that was in the Eastern Shore. And what's being surrounded is grass, Miscanthus gigantus, and it's like 6 feet tall. It's much taller than me. I also learned coding with RStudio to combine data to produce multiple graphs. I drafted a project plan that outlined the objectives and relevance to why my project is important. I visited EPA CBP office to connect with others and gather different data to be mapped. And I also attended meetings and will be presenting in the TCW meeting in August, which is next week. And then my project methods, I did a literature review of biosolids. And then I also gathered review literature to find PFAS concentration ranges in biosolids, specifically municipal biosolids. And then I also calculated an estimate of biosolids land applied in 2022 and 2002 in the Chesapeake Bay watershed from cast nitrogen in biosolids applied by county. And then I created maps using RStudio. Next slide, please. So discussion, Virginia makes up, I'm going to be talking about this so the maps make a little bit more sense, so it's not just like colors and things. Virginia makes up 80% of the top 10 of most applied biosolids for counties. So out of the top 20, Virginia is 16 of them. The top 5 counties are Buckingham, Fauquier, York, Orange, and Louisiana counties. And the top 5 watersheds are the Pamunkey, Rapidian, Upper Rappahannock. Sorry, I'm not from here. Sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Middle James, Buffalo.
Appomattox.
Thank you. And Lower Susquehanna. And then there's also a lot of variability in the change from 2002 to 2022. I would also just like to say that we chose 2002 to start out with because they started phasing out PFOA and PFOS because of their toxicity. So we were also interested in that. Next slide. So here are the maps. This first map is just metric tons of applied biosolids in 2022. These are counties, and all those gray areas, they applied 0. We just wanted a little bit of a difference so you guys could see better. So the purple one down there is Buckingham County. Like I said, that's the top one. And then also on the right is the change. So a lot of this is all happening in the Virginia area. Some are going down by like 5,000 and some are going up by like 5,000. So there's really quite a difference. But the Pennsylvania area there's not a lot of change going on, or there is no change. And how we estimated, they report to us the amount of nitrogen in pounds that are applied. So we gathered some data and reversed that with the average amount was about 4.8% available nitrogen is what we typically found. So that's the value we use. Next slide. And these are the same maps, just in watersheds. So these are in Huck 8 watersheds, and we have the resources to make them smaller. We thought that Huck 8s were easier to see and communicate to others. So again, these are the same things, but just in watersheds. Next slide, please. And then there isn't much known about the Chesapeake Bay municipal biosolids that are applied, specifically like PFAS concentrations. So we gathered different literature to kind of give you guys an idea of the different ranges that have been found in municipal biosolids. And then we also condensed the counties into states. So again, these are the state values. And then we have a little conversion because these literature values are in nanograms per gram of biosolid, whereas the states these are like metric tons of biosolids being applied. So big difference there. So it's like, I want to say the 401, like Delaware, 2022, 401 metric tons translates, if we say that there's about 5.6 nanograms per gram, translates to 2.25 grams of PFAS, or PFOS specifically. So it's a lot. And next slide. The next steps, so using those watershed maps, we can then identify overlap with disadvantaged communities, prioritize investigations of priority watersheds, which have already been identified, and then also help with emerging contaminants in small disadvantaged communities for their funding to then get help with getting water sources from other areas if they need to. Next slide. And then my competencies. So for civic responsibility, I provided a framework for the use of biosolids throughout the watershed and the potential for those biosolids to contain PFAS. Ethical reasoning, PFAS and biosolids are not well understood in the watershed, but have the potential to impact drinking water, crops, and other agricultural impacts. Systems thinking, I compiled data from CAST. I then calculated biosolid use by county, and then literature review of PFAS, and I also used RStudios to then create those maps. And then professional development, I made lots of connections in the USGS and EPA offices, and I got a lot of experience in a variety of settings, and I learned what I might want from a future career. Next slide, please. These are all my sources. Fun. And next slide. And then I just want to say a thank you to my mentor, Emily Macher, and a big shout out to Andrew Sekelic for helping me with all the maps. And again, this is the grass. So.
We have about a couple minutes or 2 minutes for Q&A. But
I don't understand why Virginia has so much more biosolids than Maryland. There are only 8.6 million people in Virginia and 6 million people in Maryland. Are we shipping our biosolids?
So there's a lot of data to be like announced, and like also one of my next steps is like producing like a journal and stuff. But what we have gathered, because it's we're just looking at Chesapeake Bay counties, and by state, it looks like that out of all those states, Virginia is the only one importing biosolids that they produce.
So that's the key, is that it's not just produced in Virginia, they're accepting biosolids from other, okay, thank you.
What did it, you alluded to it at the end, that you got something about what you might want to do career-wise? Did you learn that you don't want to do PFAS, or that you do? I mean, what did you pull from the internship that gave you direction?
Found out I really like coding.
Oh,
excellent.
That's awesome.
In your literature review, did you come across anything that mentioned if there was a higher concentration of PFAS in people? Like, did it correlate? So, for example, if there's higher in Virginia, did people tend to have a higher concentration or?
The studies I looked at, there's not a lot about PFAS. I mean, they've recently discovered and like started doing studies in like 2002. So a lot of it's recent and a lot of it's not really like by state, or like there are some that like do studies with people consuming fish. But there's not a lot known about how much PFAS is in people, I guess.
Yeah. I think you mentioned one example of like fertilizer that has it. What other things like contain PFAS?
So fish. Well, I guess like biosolids are a big source or like vector almost of PFAS. So they then get taken up into plants. Animals eat them, or they get into streams and into bugs, and fish consume those. There's lots of different routes that can cookware, you cook food in it, and can also translate sometimes. There's not a lot known about like how they transport into different things. So that's a lot of the research that's going on right now. But we know that biosolids are known to contain, and there's lots of different routes that they can then take and we can consume.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so moving right along, we have next on the agenda, Lena. Thank you. Give it up.
All right, hello everyone. So I just want to preface with my work this summer is kind of vastly different than a lot of the work that you guys are doing. It wasn't a ton of like, science-y research, but I'll get into that. So I just want to preface with that. So I'm gonna try and explain as I go. But so I'm gonna talk about Arlington House. Has anyone been to Arlington House or Arlington National Cemetery? Cool. All right, so that's where I was. And my title is Navigating Difficult History and Shifting Attitudes at the Robert E. Lee Memorial. But first, I'm going to talk a little bit about myself. So next slide, please. All right, a little bit about me. My name is Lena. I go to Virginia Tech in the College of Natural Resources and Environment. My major is Environmental Conservation and Society, which is kind of a life sciences and people sciences major. And my minor is in Literature and Creative Writing, and I'm graduating in the spring of this year, which is really exciting. And that's a picture of a bunch of ambassadors in my program. I'm there cackling in the top left corner. You're welcome. Next slide, please. Okay, so the full title of my internship is the Chesapeake Bay Program Community Level Partner Organization Development Internship with the National Park Service and a Diversity Work Group. So, understandably, this is a very long title. It can be a little bit confusing, but the focus of this internship was essentially to kind of send me to the partners in the Chesapeake Bay program, so the program partners, and one of those being the National Park Service, and to kind of just assist them out in either like staffing capacity or a project that needs assistance. So that's what I was doing. I was kind of doing two things this summer. I'll touch on both of them, but the main focus is going to be on Arlington House. Next slide, please. Okay, so why StREAM? The National Park Service internship within StREAM in particular was really attractive to me because I've always wanted to work for the National Park Service. And I am from this area, and so I'm passionate about, anything related to the Chesapeake Bay. And my main passion and drive in this field is serving underrepresented groups within the fields of conservation or interpretation. Interpretation, for those who don't know, is basically when a park ranger goes up and talks to folks about a resource, either a cultural resource or an environmental resource, and they'll kind of reveal some deeper meaning about it in order to foster empathy or connection to the site itself. So that's what interpretation is. Some of my post-grad career goals is to continue to serve those underrepresented groups in these fields, as well as help to conserve and protect our natural resources. Not quite sure which direction I want to go in, either policy or maybe continue in interpretation. I'm not quite sure yet. Next slide, please. All right, so this was my first activity. So two days a week this summer, I worked with the Potomac Conservancy, and I assisted with their Tomorrow's Trees program. So the Tomorrow's Trees program is a people-powered seed collection initiative that creates future forests for healthy rivers and streams. So essentially, they mobilize a bunch of volunteers in the Potomac region to go out and collect seeds, tree seeds in their neighborhoods, like acorns and walnuts, and then gift them to state nursery farms where they're used for reforestation projects. So I just wanted to touch on that because hopefully Alexis is in the Zoom. She was my Potomac Conservancy supervisor. So yeah, next slide, please. So my primary activity, which I'm going to be talking about, is the work I did with Arlington House. And so Arlington House is part of a greater national park kind of site, which is the George Washington Memorial Parkway. And so there's a lot of different sites within that. There's Great Falls, Roosevelt Island, a bunch of different places. So I was in the South District of the Parkway, and I was assisting in their commitment to truthful and inclusive interpretation at Arlington House through Robert E. Lee Memorial, because as you can imagine, it's a memorial to Robert E. Lee. Everyone knows who Robert E. Lee is, right? Just make sure. And so there's been a drastic shift since, I think, the 50s when the site was established in these stories that they are telling. And there's been a dramatic shift to be inclusive, to tell the history of the enslaved people that were on the site, and to kind of not shy away from the truth that, Robert E. Lee was a traitor to his country. And it's hard work because a lot of the visitors that are coming to this site often subscribe to these kind of lost cause beliefs. And so it's been an experience. So where was I? I was in Arlington National Cemetery. That's in Arlington, Virginia. Why is this work important to the Chesapeake Bay program? So I think it's important because it's, one, maintaining its partnership with the Bay program and the National Park Service, kind of strengthening that relationship. And it's also important to staying committed to DEIJ goals that the diversity work group values. And so how did I go about this? So I developed an interpretive program highlighting the often excluded history of enslaved people at the site in an effort to kind of shift attitudes, inspire critical thinking, and foster empathy in visitors. Next slide. Okay, so methods and activities. Essentially, I did a lot of reading, a lot of history reading. So the bulk of my preparation was reading primary documents and secondary sources about this site, and specifically the history that I was looking at, which was the history of the enslaved people, and also the Freedmen's Village, which I'll get into a little bit more. I'll give you a little spiel that I give the visitors, because I'm sure you guys are unfamiliar. But I used this book a lot in my research, which is Section 27 and Freedmen's Village in Arlington National Cemetery, the African American history of America's most hallowed ground. Very, very interesting if you are interested in that kind of history. I also did a lot of shadowing, so I shadowed the other interpretive rangers there. I sat in on their programs. I asked them questions. I had them go over my program, and they are such a fantastic team. I'm so lucky that I had such a great coaching team, and they're also committed to the truth and inclusivity, which is really, really inspiring to me. Next slide, please. Okay, so I want to specifically focus on this method. I would call it a method, which is the language that we use at the site. This is a really important thing that all of the rangers are briefed on and the volunteers that work there as well. They have to adhere to this language resource that Arundel has provided. So it's actually on their website. It's Visitor Expectations and Language Resource to support dialogue at Arlington House. So I'm going to pull a couple quotes here. Having hard conversations is a critical way to digest suppressed truths and is necessary for true reconciliation of American society. To facilitate having these conversations, some shared language is necessary. By using supporting shared language to talk about enslavement and chattel slavery, we empower ourselves and each other to create brave, curious, and empathetic spaces for conversation. Next slide, please. So I just pulled some examples here of, the language that we use. So enslaved person versus slave, slaveholder versus master or owner, torture versus discipline, because torture is what it was. Freedom seeker is a big one versus runaway or fugitive or escapee, because that implies, they're criminals and they're like running from the law when what they were doing was seeking their own freedom. Trafficking versus trading. We also try and avoid use of the possessive. So I just have an example sentence here. James Parks, a laborer enslaved by Custis, is the sentence we would want to use versus Custis's enslaved laborer, James Parks. Y'all with me? Does that make sense? We want to also avoid the use of aunt or uncle when referring to enslaved people. So if you don't know, there's a long history of using these terms by slaveholder families when referring to the enslaved people as like uncle or aunt. And this was dehumanizing in kind of a way of like reeling back the inhumanity of it, like indicating a kind of familial relationship when that's not what it was. So we want to avoid the use of that unless we're being quite literal about an aunt or an uncle. Contraband should be used in reference to goods illegally imported or exported, not to describe people. And this is a big one for my program because the Freedmen's Village was called back then a contraband camp. And so this was basically a refugee camp essentially for former enslaved people that had sought their own freedom, and they were called contraband camps. And so in my program, I zero in on this language. I explain that language, and I tell them, thank you, and I tell them, why this was used, why we don't use it now. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to give you like a little bit of a taste of what I kind of talk about. I tell mostly 3 stories of 3 families that were enslaved by the Custis Lee family, which they lived in Arlington House. And all of these families actually went on to live in the Freedmen's Village as free people. So James Parks was a former enslaved laborer at the Arlington estate. He later went on, when he was freed when he was 18. And he went on to work for the military. He helped construct several military forts. So Fort Myer and Fort McPherson, if you guys have been over there, you'll know where that is. And then he also went on to work for Arlington National Cemetery for the majority of his life. And he is one of the only individuals buried in the cemetery that is not military, as kind of a salute to the labor that he gave to the site. I also talk about Maria Carter Cellfax. So Maria was a former enslaved woman and the biological second daughter of George Washington Parke Custis, who was Robert E. Lee's father-in-law, and he was the owner of the house, and he had the house built. And so this is another thing I focus on when I talk to the visitors, is the nature of the relationship of George Washington Parke Custis and Maria's mother, Ariana Carter, and how that relationship was not consensual. And yeah, it's that is the language I use. I tell these visitors, like, this is how it was. Some people don't want to hear it, but that's what I have to do. That's my role as an interpreter. And so I also passed out this photograph of Freedmen's Village, taken in, I couldn't figure out the year. It was 1863 or 1865, somewhere between there. But yeah, that's just a taste of the program that I give. Next slide, please. Okay, so I've only given my talk twice so far. I plan to give it a lot more in my last week, but I had about 30 participants on day 1 and 43 participants on day 2, which is really good numbers for an interpretive program because there's no sign up or anything. They just show up. We have a schedule that's like Ranger Talk 11 and 2 p.m. and whoever's sitting there is whoever I'm giving the talk to. So really great numbers. And I'll drop these pictures in the drive because I forgot to do that. But yeah, next slide, please. Okay. So I have two competencies that I want to mainly touch on. A big one is multicultural awareness. So the knowledge and cognitive skills that support effective and appropriate interaction in a multitude of cultural contexts. So examples of this, having conversations with certain visitors means acknowledging their different upbringing, culture, and beliefs. We have to stay open-minded in order to have meaningful conversations and to kind of get anywhere with difficult visitors. Multicultural awareness is also something we want to instill in the visitors. That's a really, really big part of what we do. It's kind of the point of what we do. So we want to instill that in them as well. Next slide, please. Civic responsibility. So the duty to make a difference in the lives of our communities and the development of necessary knowledge, skills, values, and motivation to make a difference. So kind of the same idea, but having the knowledge and skill to stay committed to site non-negotiables, even with difficult visitors. So like the first day I got on the site, one of my supervisors, Scott, told me the visitor is not always right. Because for so long that has kind of been like the belief, right? It's like the visitor is always right and we're going to cater to like what they want, but that's not what we do at this site, and that should not be how we interpret sites like this. And then emphasizing important historical context in order to facilitate empathy, connection, and commitment to truth. And then again, meaningful language when giving my program. And then civic responsibility is just a big one for me in general. It's like my biggest motivation in my career, in my personal life, in my relationships. I feel a duty to educate and to kind of advocate. And it is labor. It's hard, but it's really important to me. And so civic responsibility is a good one. Thank you, commenter. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so what's next for me? So I'd like to further develop my skills in navigating these difficult conversations about race, class, inclusivity, etc. Like I said, not just in my professional life, but in my personal life, this is something that I adhere to. I'd like to deepen my interpretation skills. I'd like to try environmental interpretation because I've been kind of trained for environmental interpretation, and then I was launched into historical interpretation, which is very different. Maintaining my connections and network with the Parkway, the Bay Program, and the Potomac Conservancy. And I hope to further explore career options in interpretation or conservation. And I hope to, after I graduate this year, work for a couple of years and then go to grad school. Next slide, please. Big thank you to my team of mentors, Britt, Jimmy, and Will, who are all here. Hello. Cassie is my supervisor for Arlington House. Scott was also a supervisor for me at Arlington House. And Alexis Dickerson was my go-to for the Potomac Conservancy. I don't know if she's here, but shout out. Oh my God, I see Scott. Hi, Scott. Yeah, next slide, please. That's all I got. Questions?
We have about, hands are flying up. Okay, go ahead.
I didn't see who went first.
You can go first. Really fantastic presentation. I was wondering if you could say a little bit about how people responded to your presentation.
Yeah, so I actually had really great crowds for the most part. So I never had a really difficult conversation from my program, but I could share horror stories about, what my coworkers have told me. But for the most part, my crowd has been very receptive, very surprised by the history that they did not know, and, just open to learning, which is all we can hope for in an audience. Yeah.
I just was recently at Mount Vernon. They have this really nice display for the African American enslaved people that were supporting the Washington, and it's kind of recent.
Yeah.
And have they thought about doing something at Arlington House to commemorate the enslaved people?
Yeah. So we actually, I don't know when they opened, but it's a more recent exhibit that the former enslaved quarters at Arlington House are now all exhibits. So we encourage visitors to kind of, when they go through the house,
do the whole thing.
Exactly. Yeah, there was actually a gift shop in one of the enslaved quarters back in the day, and now it's an exhibit. So yeah,
You go ahead.
oh yeah, you yeah, go ahead.
Great presentation. I think this is a super important subject that you can also use on like your daily lives as a scientist in the rise and seeing yourself in places that don't particularly represent you. I think, like, you know, as an intern, it must be really challenging for you to have these conversations in front of people, especially like, do you feel like safe? Do you feel like you were okay to have these conversations? And when you start to do like all of these changes of the vocabulary and stuff, like, do you feel like the message conveyed was, you know, it had a greater purpose, but as well, like, the current political climate is kind of hard to say these stories. So.
Exactly. Yeah, no, definitely safety was a concern for me. And I am not white, as you can see. So that is also, you know, something that I was dealing with. But yeah, it is something that concerned me. Luckily, again, I didn't have any scary interactions or like hostile visitors. For the most part, I did have one conversation with an individual. It wasn't bad. It was actually really great, and it was a great example of, you know, what we're trying to do at the site. And he came up to me and he was telling me about how he thought Robert E. Lee was admirable for choosing his state over his country. And he said that it was also like very common for, like, you know, the southern states to choose their state. And I was like, actually, that's not quite true. Montgomery Meigs, who was the quartermaster in the Civil War, he was from the South, and he was actually friends with Robert E. Lee, and then never forgave him for abandoning his country. So, you know, I kind of talked to him about that, and then I got to talk to him about like where he's from, because he had an accent. I asked, do you mind if I ask where you're from? And he was from Ukraine. Or actually, it was kind of complicated. He said he's from a region that is now Ukraine, but he feels more culturally Russian, and then that was kind of the nature of the conversation that we were having. Right, this kind of this allegiance you feel to like your region versus his country as a whole, or the borders that have been enforced on him. And I was like, wow, now it makes sense why you felt this way about Robert E. Lee, because I now have context for that. And I had a great conversation with him. We talked for like 20 minutes, and it's honestly one of my fondest memories of working over the summer, because it's just a really good conversation. So. Yeah, does that answer your question? Yeah. Yes, and then
Well, first of all, I have two comments and then a question. But one, I had no idea that the National Park Service is like our big hope for civil society. I really didn't understand. I didn't understand the potential of that, and that you were playing that kind of role. The second thing is, I think you might be the next Doris Kearns Goodwin, right? Like, in the future, that uses history to teach us so much about ourselves. But my question is, does the Park Service, did you have resources to help you learn skills for difficult conversations?
Yes. So my first day, I had a conversation with Scott, who's in the Zoom, about SLOW, which is a conflict de-escalation tool. Luckily, I never had to use it, but oh God, I don't remember what all of they stood for. I'm so sorry, Scott. Forgive me. But there's a focus on listening to the visitors, kind of hearing them out, and not necessarily validating their beliefs, but kind of being curious, asking them, where did you come across that information? Why do you think this way? Why do you feel this way? And then kind of, people like to talk about themselves. So it's, if you get them talking and they feel heard, it's an easy way to kind of talk someone down a little bit. And then after that, you kind of educate in a way that you can. And then if it's, you know, a hostile situation, you just leave.
And it's called
SLOW. I'm sorry, I can't tell you what it is for.
Be cool, listen, offer validation, and walk away from the chat.
Thank you. Is that Scott?
Yes.
Did you have another question? You said you had.
No, that was it.
Great job. How do you think a role like this could be replicated in the other states of the Chesapeake Bay watershed to further diversity work?
Yeah. Do you mean in interpretation or like kind of beyond? Yeah. I'm kind of already seeing the influences of the work that the Arundel House team is doing. I want to give them like all the credit and courtesy because this team is so dedicated. And I have spoken to the kind of like tour guides and interpreters I don't know if they're called interpreters because they work for the cemetery, but those tour guides, and they've expressed how admirable it is that the work that Arundel House is doing. They're kind of paving the way a little bit. So I think how it can be replicated, I mean, people are really afraid of change, and I think sometimes you just need a shakeup, and whether that requires, young people coming into the workforce or, someone who feels passionately about a story that has been told a certain way and can have the vulnerability and the courage to like look back and be like, we shouldn't be telling this story this way. And it takes a lot of courage and a lot of vulnerability to admit that. And yeah, it's a trait that not everyone has. Not all bureaucratic teams may have, but I think the way to replicate it is just to keep having these conversations and pushing for change and progress where it needs to be changed.
This is a quick one.
Yeah.
Do you know if they plan to keep giving your verbal interpretive program after you left, or?
Yes, yeah. I hope that my program will continue to be given after I leave. I talked to Cassie, my supervisor, about that, and she said that was the plan. So that's really great. We have a kind of easily transferable kind of outline. So that's a lot of the work that I did was like looking at other rangers' outlines. I had looked at a Freedman's Village outline from someone else who had done this topic like years ago who was no longer on the site, and that was helpful for me. So yeah, there is a transferable element.
Great. So if I don't make it there in the next few weeks, I can maybe still.
Yes.
benefit.
Yes, and all of the programs are amazing. Even if you don't hear like the Freedman's Village one, they all tackle tough topics. They're all, committed to those truths and those non-negotiables. And yeah, my coworkers are really, really good at what they do.
Yeah, that's a hot topic. Last summer, we had an intern from the Cars Beach and Altonia Beach project, which has now acquired over than around $9 million for that project. Senator Sarbanes has grabbed a hold of it, and Senator Van Carden. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with it. But, there's a lot of task force, task groups and reconciliation groups and reparations discussions around that topic. So, and it's a great means to connect, with science and the outdoors. Without further ado, we'll welcome up Mackenzie Smith again.
Okay, guys, bear with me. I know lunch is upon us. So my presentation is titled Blue Carbon Policy for a More Equitable Future. And that's just a beautiful picture of the Chesapeake marshes. Next slide. So I kind of already spoke about myself. I go to Towson. My major is environmental studies with a health concentration. I'm coming up on my last semester, graduating, so excited. And my post-graduation goal is to begin working in the science field. I hope to be accepting a job that entails public communications to local communities about the opportunities environmental projects can bring to them. Last year, I worked with the EPA under my mentor was Brianna Yancey. What we did specifically was research nonprofits to add to an EJ screening tool, if you guys are familiar, to help people who are already in the field look for nonprofits that help to meet our DEIJ goals. So these nonprofits are operated by minorities, had a minority focus to them, with also including environmentalism as well. And also I partnered with a urban nonprofit called Backyard Base Camp, which is minority operated. It's in Baltimore.
And I assisted with the groundskeeping, so like gardening, animal care, and also helped with leading their summer camp for young children. So applying a second year, I wanted to find an internship that would be different from the prior. I wanted it to include, obviously different from last year's experience. I wanted to gain more office experience because I was only in the office 2 days a week. And I wanted to have it align with my goals for professional development. Next slide. So this year, I had the opportunity of working at MDE, Maryland Department of Environment, under the Senior Climate Advisor, who is inside the Office of the Secretary of the MDE. Her name is Rachel Lamb. She was my mentor this year. It was my job for this internship to provide support to the state's new Wetlands Action Plan at the intersection of climate change, resilience, and mitigation, including the blue carbon coordination. So my main goals was to develop a high-level strategy for the state, which would be accomplished through engaging with existing science partners, reviewing existing state plans for climate change, wetlands action, and ocean acidification action. And just to elaborate with existing science partners, within MDE, we have smaller subgroups that play a big role, such as air and radiation, wetlands and waterways, land and materials. These are all intricate parts to the research that I did this summer. And my working location was at the Montgomery Park building that's in Baltimore, and it was hybrid. Next slide. So before I move on to discussing like how I accomplished this task, I wanted to take a moment and explain what blue carbon is, because that's what my internship mostly focused on. So blue carbon is the idea that coastal ecosystems can help with carbon sequestration and currently have high storage rates of carbon. You can see in the two pictures above, Maryland contains tidal marsh wetlands and also seagrasses, those two pictures, and they're important for harvesting carbon, which is done through carbon sequestration, which is the removal of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and can contain storage in soils and plant biomass. A big issue that we have at the moment is the difference between living shorelines and hard shorelines. So you'll see in this picture in the middle, a hard shoreline to the top. You'll have either a retaining wall, or if you guys have been on the Chesapeake Bay, you'll see like rocks right at the edge of people's homes or commercial buildings. This actually can keep having the above pictures to be present, which can also decrease our blue carbon ability and then lower our carbon sequestration, which we all know is very important. Another reason why this is important is because Maryland has plans to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by 60% by 2031 and achieve net zero emissions by 2045. So we are currently losing these blue carbon spaces through hard shoreline building, through construction processes, severe storm surges, and sea level rise, which is a major issue in the Chesapeake Bay. So if we lose more wetland spaces, not only will this contribute to habitat loss, but also will increase carbon emissions. As I said before, the removal of these marshes, there's already carbon stored, there's more potential. And so I also wanted to research from a more economic standpoint. On the eastern shore of Maryland, that's where we have most of our tidal wetlands and marshlands. And somebody had presented earlier talking about the agricultural sector of this. So there's three parts that I want to discuss. There is the wetlands, marsh area, then you have these forests, and then you have agriculture. As we are losing the wetland marshland area, these marshes are trying up to sea level rise, storm surges, or construction. They're retreating into these forests, and they cause the phenomenon known as ghost forests, which you'll see to the bottom right of the screen. And what that does is you're seeing the transition process, but unfortunately that then
will further transition into the agricultural sector. And Maryland Eastern Shore provides over $1 billion just alone in their agriculture. That's just one side of Maryland, which is being threatened to salinization, which comes about as these marshlands are trying to survive and increase and go further inward. So next slide. Oh, why, I wanted to explain like why, that's why it's important, and that farmers are experiencing the issues, their crops, so that will affect the economy. And living shorelines are definitely the solution, and also saving our current marshlands and tidelands and expanding on that space to create that barrier to help push back and also combat against the severe storm surges and the likelihood of sea level rise, which you all know is definitely coming and is a big concern for the Chesapeake Bay. So next slide. So what I had to do specifically was create a policy memo. So there's two types of policy memos. There's intra-agency and interagency. I was doing an intra-agency policy memo. My project was to construct something that guides NDE existing staff to efficient ways of disseminating information and ultimately leading to ground level change. So the structure of a policy memo, it goes executive summary, background and methodology, options, recommendations, and a summary. So what I had to do, some of my activities that were important to, before I could get to this big idea of a policy memo, which was at first very overwhelming. I'm like, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know policy. I was digging in the dirt last year. Like, what can I do? You know? So it really just, Rachel Lamb, my mentor, she really helped break it down that it was going to be lots of reading, research, meetings and interviews, and also collaboration between me and her. I think that's something that was really stressed during this internship this year, was working with her, always getting feedback, and knowing that I wasn't really alone, even though my work was mostly independent. So I had to then create the rough draft of the policy memo, which I'm still in that phase as we speak. I took 2 weeks off, so I have to do 2 weeks more. I still have some time to work on that. And then my end goal would be to finish with an official policy memo. It was important, like with the meetings and the interviews, to communicate with people from DNR, which was Land Acquisition and Planning, and their co-SMART Council. If you think back to what I said earlier about the living shorelines, us losing our marshes to sea level rise. I also had to work internally with MDE's Wetlands and Waterways and legal advisors to know what local communities would be affected the most, which would be Maryland's Eastern Shore. And then also talking to some nonprofits, organizations that focus on blue carbon. Next slide. So the results that I came up with is within the policy memo was options for MDE. So we have about 4 options. Form an interagency blue carbon ecosystems outreach task force, conduct a needs assessment to inform targeted local approach, and review and revise ecosystem restoration permitting, and continue the current approach, which is business as usual. Which the last one we kind of want to not do. We don't want to just continue what we want to make progress and do better. So at the end, at the bottom of a policy memo, you have a section called recommendations. And for one of the options that I thought was the best was choosing to form an interagency blue carbon ecosystems outreach task force, which would focus on cultural awareness, which is DEI, it includes DEIJ, eliminate potential barriers, and create capacity. I just want to read some more in-depth parts of this. So the responsibility of this task force should include culturally responsive tactics that tailor outreach for materials, events, and programs, to be culturally sensitive and accessible to all members of the community, translate important documents into multiple languages, ensure interpretation services are available at public meetings, and consider cultural preferences when organizing events. Also to organize meetings with sectors of state government, local government, private investors, project developers, and landowners. So this serves to eliminate potential barriers of implementation and blue ecosystem projects. Lastly, what I had said before was to create capacity. I can tell that at MD, a lot of projects are happening at once and everybody's bandwidth is a little bit stretched. So I think that making, creating something within the agency that stands alone for this issue would be great, to creating a new bandwidth that doesn't even exist yet, which MD is hiring, so I think they'll be able to do. So next steps for me in this project is to get feedback from Rachel, and I'll actually be presenting to the secretary of MDE and the deputy secretary, which is here with us today, getting revision. And also I thought about creating a blue carbon fact sheet. So I just had to do a little back story for you guys about blue carbon, because I noticed when I'm having these meetings, people are not aware. I think everybody's more aware of green infrastructure. Is that kind of true? Yeah, so I think blue infrastructure needs to be also paired with green. If you're doing green, you have to do blue, you know. Next slide. So from the competency that I think that this internship focused on the most was civic responsibility. With myself, it's kind of a weight on my shoulders to, you know, feel like I need to be the protector of the planet. I need to get everything done. I have to do everything, or I can't indulge in any kind of activity that might be harmful, and that weighs on me. But what I found through this is really my responsibility is just to disseminate information, to make people aware, and that leadership to enforcing change, which can be done through communication that is effective. As I had mentioned earlier, that working with people and talking to them at where they're at that local level is very important. And that it's not all on me. I'm used to having a systems thinking approach, but this internship has definitely helped me zone in on something that is really important and how that adds to the bigger picture, and that the individual work goes with partnership, teamwork, and then overall as an organization. Next slide. So that's it for my presentation. I wanted to give a special thank you to Rachel Land for taking me as an intern. I'm her first intern ever. And that I just want to say to each and every one of you that your career opportunities are endless, that you should, as Suzanne said, lean in, be humble, don't be afraid. I was kind of very nervous about this internship. I felt like it was out of my depth. But if you just break down the steps, teamwork, and communicate, you will be successful. Thank you.
Q&A, yeah.
Oh, great. Oh, first of all, there's a hit song of Seagrass Blue Carbon Blues, right?
You may or may not be affiliated with it.
I happen to write it, but one of the things that one of my Japanese colleagues is big on now is green and blue carbon. He calls it, because it's protecting the blue carbon assets like marshes and seagrasses in the landscape, in the watershed. Have you considered that part?
Yeah, like partnering with them both. Yeah, a lot of the literature that I had to research in the beginning was blue and green infrastructure. I had to finally just look up blue so I could get more honed in on my own project to create the policy memo. But what I will say is that we're lacking on blue infrastructure, literature, research, examples, YouTube videos even. It was actually very hard at some points to get that across. I think it is important. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Good.
No.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so what you have now done, Mackenzie, is done the unimaginable with your last 2 years, which is you've got two particular worlds of hands-on experience that deal with policy and field work. So I wouldn't, I think that's a plus, because not everybody gets to really understand both sides of how the needle moves.
And I think that's why it's important to come back. I wouldn't have gotten this experience if I didn't reapply, if I just said, okay, one and done, check it off the list, like this is, there's more longevity in this program.
And I can relate, having that kind of similar experiences in my own career. Not right now, I'm volunteering on the Maryland Department of Environment's Blue and Green Infrastructure Legislation and Policy Commission. The only minority-owned company on that list, and then also working as the chair of the City of Annapolis Environmental Commission. The first person of color to ever be in that role. Who's I don't have my thing on me. Oh, you already got it. Bring up to the podium next, Hannah Brown.
So my name is Hannah Brown, and my internship this summer, the title of my presentation is Saltwater Intrusion into Coastal Shallow Aquifers as a result of sea level rise in Norfolk.
Hannah, can you speak up just a little bit?
Sorry. Okay, sure. Do you want me to repeat that?
No, go ahead.
Oh, next slide. Okay, so a little bit about me. I'm a rising senior at Binghamton University and majoring in environmental chemistry. I'll be graduating this semester, which is really exciting. Something that drew me to this internship was I specifically picked this project as my #1 choice because I'm really interested in climate modeling, but also community resilience. And I wanted to focus on that because my university doesn't have many opportunities to focus on climate research like this. And also the program's dedication to creating diversity in the field of environmental science. And for my postgraduate goal, I realized that during this internship actually that I want to continue to pursue education and I want to get my graduate and doctoral degrees in environmental engineering or climate science. And I would like a federal job focusing on community resilience and climate change. Next slide, please. So a little bit about my project. I wanted to give some overview background information. I had the opportunity to pick from many different cities, but I chose Norfolk because that's where my mentor's university is located. So I'm working under Dr. Wong at Old Dominion University, and I worked virtually this summer from New York. I picked Norfolk because it's one of the most vulnerable cities on the East Coast due to many compounding factors. So it's located in a shallow coastal aquifer. Norfolk experiences land subsidence. The geology is unconsolidated, and it's in low-lying land. And previous research has identified these factors as major risk factors and hazards when adapting to climate change and mitigation policies. And I feel that Norfolk is an example of the risks facing the greater Chesapeake Bay area. Next slide, please. So climate change and sea level rise. So the seas are rising, it's inevitable. Sea level rise as the climate is warming, the sea is rising, it's damaging to both the built environment and ecosystems. So some of the major hazards that coastal communities can face is coastal erosion, displacement of people, rising groundwater levels, which can cause issues with sanitation and contamination issues because it can transport contaminants from landfills or other areas to drinking water sources, can damage infrastructure, it increases the intensity and frequency of flooding events, and it can cause saltwater intrusion into aquifers. Next slide, please. So saltwater intrusion is the main focus of this project. It's the movement of saltwater into coastal freshwater aquifers and landward movement of the saltwater freshwater interface or the transition zone in Figure 3. Saltwater intrusion occurs when the freshwater table is lower relative to the mean sea level, which lowers the pressure retaining the transition zone between freshwater and saltwater which allows for water to intrude into the freshwater aquifer. So hazards that can result from this are drinking water contamination. Salt water can contaminate drinking water wells, which in the coming decades could leave them destitute, which could cause issues for people living in coastal communities. It can damage underground utilities such as electrical, drinking and wastewater infrastructure and pipe corrosion, especially with the increased conductivity as saltwater enters freshwater aquifers. It can cause salinity stress to the environment and the freshwater aquifer, and it can cause flooding. Next thing. So for my methods, this summer I mostly focused on creating an analytical model of saltwater intrusion and due to climate-induced sea level rise. So figure 4 shows a model that I used to develop the analytical model, and it details the parameters of an unconfined aquifer with a constant flux inland boundary condition, assuming that the confining layer has an incline of 0 degrees, and many different mathematical relationships were used. I'm not gonna explain all of them, but the Guyton-Herzberg relationship, the Dupuy-Forchheimer approximation, and geometry outlined in previous research were used to develop this model. So my summer was spent creating this model and mostly reading previous literature done in this topic. Next slide, please. I also am in the process of learning ModFlow 6, which is a USGS developed program that uses groundwater equations to model the flow of groundwater in aquifers, and that is an image of ModFlow 6 of the Norfolk aquifer, and I'm hoping to continue learning that, following this internship. Next slide, please. So this is my results. So figure 5 shows the analytical model, and it is when you look at the blue and orange lines, there's multiple on demonstrating the different sea levels, but this corresponds to the graphic of the parameters. And this is demonstrating the different sea levels in the unconfined aquifer with the constant flux and boundary condition. And as you can see on the x-axis, it goes from 0 to 600, which is demonstrating the toe but on the x-axis, and it's slowly moving inland at higher sea levels, and you can see an increase in brackish and fresh water at higher sea levels. Next slide, please. So figure 6 and figure 7 take a closer look at these increases, and it is demonstrating just the change in the freshwater and brackish water tables at the different sea level scenarios. And as you can see, the same thing with the distance from the shoreline. It's slowly creeping inland, which is demonstrating saltwater intrusion into freshwater aquifers. And it's lateral intrusion and vertically pushing up water into the freshwater aquifer. Next slide, please. So discussion and conclusion. The sea level directly contributes to groundwater dynamics. So sea level rise does result in groundwater rise in these analytical models. Increasing sea levels results in inland encroachment of brackish water, demonstrating saltwater intrusion into freshwater aquifers, which has been verified by previous research into this field. And the conditions used in this study demonstrate the overall conditions of Norfolk. So it demonstrates an overall vulnerability to climate change and sea level rise, which could pose difficulties for adaptation, but further analysis into specific locations would provide insight into climate adaptation. And something I want to look into further is what does this mean for Norfolk at different emission scenarios, because different emission scenarios result in different levels of global warming, which would result in more sea level rise. And how should land use practices, water management, or resilience strategies change I'm really passionate about community resilience, and I feel like looking into the policy, I'm really interested in looking into the policies used to combat sea level rise and saltwater intrusion in Norfolk and other locations. So I started looking into that, and I hope to continue to look into that. And the next steps, I hope to utilize Module 6 to further model groundwater movement under sea level rise to verify these analytical findings, and to demonstrate the flow of groundwater throughout the aquifer. Next slide, please. So the competencies I feel that my internship most aligned with were knowledge synthesis and systems thinking and professional development. I feel like I align with knowledge synthesis because of the data analysis and the reading of previous research into this field, developing figures and schematics and summarizing all my findings and concepts into easily understood graphics. Making conclusions based on previous studies and evaluation of current research, and really understanding the relationship between the environment and the policy. Because towards the end of my internship, I started looking into what's being done in Norfolk, and I want to continue to do that. Professional development, I thought I was very proficient in Excel, and this taught me like way more. So like my mentor really helped me like learn a lot. I didn't even know you could create your own functions in Excel, so I learned Excel VBA, and I feel like I've learned how to use Excel much more efficiently. Learning how to use Module 6 and new research methods. So I really feel like Module 6 is a very complicated program for me at least, and I'm really excited to learn it, and I feel like this is pushing me to explore my interest in the field and what possibilities there are for new research and new capabilities to learn more about the environment and hydrology, which I really am passionate about. Also clarity in career aspirations and direction in academia. Before this, I didn't really know if I was going to go to grad school. Well, I knew I was going to grad school, but getting a doctorate, and I feel like this really inspired me to pursue further education. And I'm planning to attend conferences this year, which I'm really excited about, for networking opportunities, obviously, but also learning for professions in the field I'm interested in. So that's really exciting. Next slide, please. So since I worked remotely, I didn't have the opportunity to do a bunch of cool stuff. But when we went to Virginia for the fellows event, we were in Arlington, so I took the metro to DC, which was awesome. I love Washington, DC. So it was exciting because I'm really interested in history, so it's fun. Next slide. And special thanks to my mentor. I really feel like I couldn't have done this without him. He was very patient with me, and he focused on more of a learning environment, and he didn't pressure me too much in anything. So I learned, I feel so much from this experience. Old Dominion University, the CRC, Randy, Art, and all of my cohort peers. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much. Next slide.
So now we'll have a Q&A. Anybody got any hands up? Yeah.
So when you started to look into resilience strategies in Norfolk, did you begin to see things that your research suggested new strategies? Or how did you see maybe some of the things you saw playing into them developing resilience strategies?
I feel like there isn't much focus on saltwater intrusion, interestingly enough. A lot of the focus is on sea level rise. I noticed there's always the first step people always take is always, oh, let's create a flood barrier. But then I was reading more about that, how people were critical because that could prevent raised groundwater levels from moving out, regional flow and moving out back towards the ocean. That was really interesting. Also, most of the focus is on groundwater, pumping. That's what I saw mostly, how over pumping of groundwater wells can result in saltwater intrusion. But I didn't see much about climate change, sea level rise, and saltwater intrusion. So it'd be interesting to look more into that. I'm still pretty new into that part, but I'm excited to learn more about it.
So I was going to piggyback a little on what Denise offered, because that's a very similar question. But first off, like, amazing work with kind of actually creating and generating these models.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see down the road, though, that those models might be able to be used to help kind of inform on some of the practices you might play with, right? So, you know, if you put a seawall in, what's that going to do to the flow? If you put in, you know, reduce pumping by 20%, would that hold off on or prevent or delay the saltwater intrusion, those kind of things?
That's really interesting. I never really thought about that. I always believe that research informs policy, so I think that's really interesting. I think that there is research into pumping and how that has impacted policy, but I never really thought if you could implement a barrier and what that would do in like this scenario, if it would prevent like raised groundwater levels from flowing outward. I'm not sure. That's really interesting though. I'll look into that.
Can I just up that one more? So another, short to medium term solution for communities impacted by saltwater intrusion is a systems approach of really looking at wastewater management and never putting treated wastewater back into, river, especially estuarine systems, but using it for irrigation to push down on that saltwater that's coming up either from the sideway. So, and Norfolk is using this, Eastern Shore is using it, but really we have to overcome sort of a mental barrier. So there's already people, even our friends in Chesapeake Bay, Alan Gerard, the yuck factor, you're putting nutrients in. We must use really important strategies, and having data to support that, putting fresh water from the surface through irrigation to push back on the saltwater intrusion. That's a solution that would be great to put more science
That is
towards.
really interesting. Thank you.
Yes, Rebecca.
First of all, wonderful presentation. So I know you're new to this field. I don't know a whole lot about it either. But I do know Norfolk, in addition to worries about sea level rise, it also has a lot of coastal nuisance flooding. We get more and more times during the year where you get nuisance flooding. Are there any models of the effect of that on groundwater that you've come across?
Not that I've come across, but I know that like the groundwater, the increasing groundwater could encourage the nuisance flooding in coastal regions. Definitely according to that.
Yes.
Were you able to look at kind of the effects of land subsidence in addition to sea level rise?
Actually, no. I really wanted to in the beginning, but I know that the land subsidence is definitely exacerbating the effects of sea level rise in the area, but I don't think the model accounts for that.
You can do that in summer.
Good. All right, thank you all. And just to kind of piggyback off of that, last summer we had an intern that created a video game around that, concepts around it, that observation stuff. And one thing I would always mention is that, also things to consider, even in places like Norfolk, going into some of these communities can be somewhat of a challenge. And your ability to understand the language that is spoken in some of these communities can ensure your success a lot better or worse. And so this was something to think about as far as the community engagement aspect of going into maybe communities that may not have the same infrastructure as other, or that aren't as safe. So if you're going in the community and somebody yells out 5-0, if you don't know the language, you won't know what that is. But if you do know the language, that may make you, you may understand that you may have to maybe start packing your stuff up, or just introduce yourself and say, hey, I'm not what you think of. So next we have up is Alice.
All
right, hello everybody. I am Allison Welch, and this summer I got to intern with the Isaac Walton League of America and their Clean Water program, and I explored volunteer monitoring in the Chesapeake Bay watershed, but also nationally. Next slide. So a little bit about myself. I'm going to be a senior at Penn State in the fall, and I plan to graduate in May of 2024. I'm majoring in earth sciences with a minor in sustainability, and the reason I was drawn to this internship is, of course, as all of us, I'm interested in environmental science, but I also feel like water is something I'm especially interested in, which is something I got to explore this summer. And then, as a lot of people have said, I grew up in Maryland, so I feel like I have a personal connection with the Bay, and my grandma actually has a house on the Potomac, and I spent a lot of time there as a kid, and I just got so connected to that area, and it's nice to be able to help out the Potomac and the whole Bay in something a little more meaningful. Next slide. So a little overview of my internship. I worked at the Isaac Walton League, which is a nonprofit in conservation, and they focus on some volunteer monitoring programs. They're based out of Petersburg, Maryland. And my work allowed the league to accomplish some things that they've always wanted to do, but didn't always have the bandwidth for. Unlike most interns who did one big project, I got to dip my hands in lots of little things and explore a bunch of different opportunities within the Isaac Walton League, and that's what I'll be telling you about today. Next slide. So first I want to go into what volunteer monitoring is, because when I started this internship, I honestly wasn't completely sure. So volunteer monitoring programs give volunteers in the community resources to be able to sample their ecosystems and their waterways. People will do this for a lot of different reasons, some of them being maybe they have questions about their watersheds in their backyards, or they want to spread the word in their community about problems that affect them, or people can do this and use that data to advocate for some legislative change in their areas and also nationally. And then we have quality assurance protocols put into place, which assures that our data is at a good enough quality and is sampled in a manner that could be used to fill data gaps within state and national environmental departments. So these are things that no department's able to sample the whole entire watershed of the whole entire United States. So it's important for volunteers to get in here and give some of that data where government departments might not have it. Next slide. So then here are 3 programs: Save Our Streams, Salt Watch, and Nitrate Watch. Next slide. And I want to go over these because I need to talk about each of them because I did all 3 of them. Save Our Streams is a benthic macroinvertebrate sampling system. So benthic macroinvertebrates are the little bugs that live in the streams. That's a mayfly, for example. And volunteers will scoop these out of the water and count them out by species, and each species has a different pollution tolerance. So there's a big kind of equation we use, and based on the ratio of each species, you can see how polluted the stream is and the quality of the stream. Next slide. Salt Watch is our salt and chloride testing program. So we send free chloride testing strips to any volunteers around the country who want to test their waterways for chloride. This is because road salt runoff has become a big issue in the United States. When road salts are put onto roads, they will eventually run off into the local streams, and this can be detrimental for aquatic life and plant life. And then also, most drinking water facilities aren't filtering out chlorides because it's very expensive, so this could become a problem with drinking water pollution. Next slide. And then Nitrate Watch is our last and newest program, and this is very similar to Salt Watch. It sends out nitrate testing strips across the country, and as you know, this is because fertilizer runoff is such a huge issue, causing excess nutrients, algal blooms, dead zones, and all those things. So it's important for volunteers to know what their streams look like, and also for agencies to know some data throughout the watershed. Next slide. So this is a little bit of what I did this summer, some of my goals and how I accomplished them. So one of my goals was to promote volunteer methods of communicating data and advocating for clean water. A lot of our volunteers are doing really amazing things with their data, and we wanted to kind of elevate their stories and elevate what they're doing to hopefully inspire other volunteers to get further involved. And I did this by interviewing some of our top volunteers and writing up blog posts about them. And then I wanted to make science and the monitoring more accessible because most of our volunteers don't have science backgrounds, so there's a lot of things they don't know, and we want to make sure that they are given all the resources that they need to feel like they're properly educated and they know enough to do quality sampling. And I did this by some personal research, some of my background knowledge, creating resources, and also analyzing data that we have. And then I wanted to get my hands in on the sampling, so I got certified in macroinvertebrate sampling through Save Our Streams, and then I've also been doing weekly nitrate and chloride testing in the stream and the lake near headquarters. Next slide. So, for example, these are my volunteer spotlights. Vincent and Alice are a mother-son duo. Vincent is a rising 6th grader, and he focused on salt watch for his science fair project this last year. Unfortunately, he didn't win, but he should have. And he's also been spreading the word about salt watch around his community. And then Carl is a big advocate. He does salt watch, but he also does so many other things in water quality. And he's been advocating on the state level a lot for legislation change. He meets with representatives all the time. He's super involved. Mike is out of Iowa, and he does our nitrate watch program. He's actually been sampling nitrate watch for over 20 years, which is so special because our nitrate watch program is like 6 months old. So he put all of his old 20-year data into our database, which is so unique. And then Pepe and Jane actually have a very unique story. They're in Grayson County, Virginia, and they are currently being sprayed by pesticides from Christmas tree farms that have popped up in their area. And they're trying to use Save Our Streams data to prove that these Christmas tree farms are causing environmental degradation. Next slide. So this is a story map I did on nitrate watch. This included a lot of important nitrate watch data, like what is nitrate? Why is it important to sample? Just things that someone who isn't involved like we are wouldn't really know. And this is an example of the map I made. As you can see, these dark blue dots that are very large are where our data is 11 parts per million or higher. And this is because the EPA's drinking water standard for nitrate is 10 parts per million. So as you can see, like I said, our program is 6 months old and we already have this many and actually more. Some of them are overlapping of these poor readings and a lot of not so great readings as well, which is really interesting to look at. Next slide. And then this is a habitat assessment manual I made with a picture of my friend Mike. This is because so for Save Our Streams, we have a worksheet that people will fill out as they're sampling, and of course it has all the important things about macroinvertebrates and what you're finding and blah, blah, blah. But then there's also a section on the habitat, and these are very conceptual questions that someone without a science background might not know, so things like stream bank, stability, erosion, things like that. So I kind of went into detail and explained these issues so that if someone is unsure how to answer this question, they're given the knowledge they need to make an appropriate assumption about their stream that they're in. Next slide. And then lastly, this is my personal sampling. So as you can see, this is my chloride sampling for the summer. There's no real trend, but what's interesting to note is that 50 parts per million is what is considered a healthy level of chloride in streams in Maryland. It's like 100 nationwide, but in Maryland it's 50. And as you can see, I never reached 50 all summer long. My lowest was 73 parts per million. And I think this is really interesting because road salt pollution obviously isn't something that's going on right now in July in Maryland. So the pollution source is gone. But as you can see, the pollutant is still present and doesn't seem to have any plans on leaving. So that's really concerning. I didn't include any of my nitrate data because that was actually all 0, thankfully. I never got a reading that wasn't 0. And then this is some of my macroinvertebrate sampling I did. We got a score of 8, which is the gray zone. There's unacceptable, acceptable, and gray zone, which is a little unsatisfying in my opinion, but definitely better than unacceptable. And then that's me sampling with some volunteers, and this is a black fly looking through a microscope. Next slide. And then as I went about my summer thinking about some of the different competencies, I thought that systems thinking was the most applicable to my internship. There are so many different systems that go into how a nonprofit works and how volunteer monitoring works, but I wanted to focus on how data is collected and shared. As you can see, there's so many things that go into just the volunteers, which is like partnerships that will bring the volunteers in, resources and training that will educate them, and then that goes into quality data as well as our quality assurance protocols all go into this quality data. And then the data agreements with the state and federal agencies allow us to pass this data along and let it and have it used by scientists who will make good decisions based on this data. And then, of course, the communication of the results is such an important part. This is what will bring us new volunteers, people who advocate for change, spark passion within communities, and things like that. Next slide. So then for some of my discussions and future goals of my project is to just continue finding volunteers, growing our volunteer base, and making science accessible for everyone who wants to be involved. And then also empowering volunteers to advocate. A lot of our volunteers don't take that extra step to advocating for clean water. So we want to make sure that we are giving them the resources that they need to feel empowered to do it themselves. And then plans for my research, for my future, I'm starting a similar research position in the fall, which I'm very excited about. And then after that, who knows? We'll see. I've definitely enjoyed my time in nonprofit work, and I will use what I've learned to make decisions in the future, but who knows? Next slide. And then one other thing I did this summer was I went to the Mid-Atlantic Volunteer Monitoring Conference, and this was really cool, my first ever conference. I was very excited. And it was cool to see the nonprofits come together, the government agencies, volunteers, all the different parts and pieces that make this volunteer monitoring work, and it was really special. And then I want to say thank you to my mentors, Sam and Kira, and then also all my coworkers at the Isaac Walton Lake. I had a great summer. Thanks.
Okay, we got 2 minutes Q&A.
Yes. Did you hear anything from your volunteers? Are they confident, or they feel like their data gets used in policy, or do they feel like they have to use it locally, that it doesn't?
I think our volunteers, most of our volunteers who I spoke to are being proactive with their data, so they're using it themselves and they're not really as worried about what we're doing with it and how that's being used, and they're using it for really impactful things. Like, for example, Carl constantly uses his to talk to state legislators and sometimes federal too. It just kind of depends on what their goals are with their data.
Yes.
I was wondering if you had a sense of who your volunteers are, and if you kind of accounted for their locations and their backgrounds and what some of their motivations and needs are.
Mm-hmm. So a lot of our volunteers are people with a lot of free time, so a lot of retirees, things like that, and it is important to take into consideration those things. As for location, we're basically just wherever they are, and we're very volunteer focused, so we take whatever data they have, and it can all be used because watersheds are so large that a lot of the time it's like that. We do have some regulations, like they can't be they can't be within a mile of each other, so to make sure people aren't overlapping and doing the same test over and over again. But yeah, basically we just kind of appeal to the volunteer.
Okay.
Sorry, last thing. Do they mail you mail them the materials, right? How do they get the information back to you?
So we have a database, it's called the Clean Water Hub, and we mail them a bunch of little things on instructions on how to upload their data, and then they'll just upload it straight to the hub. Cool.
Right.
Awesome.
Thanks. And me personally, I would love to see what the results look right after a snowstorm or something.
Yeah, I should have brought some of that data.
Or better yet, see the difference in, say, for example, low-income communities and things like that. Okay, moving right along. Next, we have William McGrath, based out of the Annapolis location for the CVP program. And turn it over to you. Thanks.
So the project that I've been working on this summer is accelerating progress on riparian forest buffer goals and looking at the financial and human capacity factors. So my background is I'm currently at RPI and I'm a rising junior. I'll be studying finance and sustainability. And this summer, the reason I really was interested in this internship was just a way to connect all my interests in the business world as well as helping the environment and my community. Next slide. So the original question and project that I looked at was evaluating the financial and human capacity needs and basically the gap between the goals and what we're currently at. Next slide. So first, I just want to introduce purpose and give you guys a reason of why you should care about riparian forest buffers. And for my work, especially I was supporting the forestry work group, and they had a gap of knowledge between just the needed staff and just a number that they could give people for what they needed. And my work led up to an estimate that allows for them to evaluate the feasibility of their goals in the buffers. So some of the outcomes helped by buffers are sustainable fisheries, vital habitats, water quality, and climate resilience. And this kind of showcases the catch-all of buffers and the great work they do. And they're also very cost-effective. That's another great point about them. So the current goals are at 900 buffers or mild buffer a year. So if you can see in the 2021 numbers, we're nowhere near that goal. So there's a lot of work to be done. And the work I did this summer, I was looking at all the different partners across the agencies, and I used a snowball method. So I had like a list of all the people I wanted to interview, and I interview them and ask like, do you guys know who else I should talk to, and just kind of build off that. So using that, I was able to get a wide range of people throughout the watershed. And I started with the forestry work group people, and they were all so great and really open to talking to me, and just whatever information I needed, they had it for me. And these questions that I was asking were really to staffing, funding, and their various programs. And a lot of the questions were informed off of the various stuff and various other assessments I'd read and seen relating to technical assistance and buffers. Next slide. So just to give you guys an overview of the process and all the different kind of steps that make it really complicated to get these buffers in. So first, someone needs to do outreach and find these landowners that want the buffers on their property, and basically convince them that this is a good thing and you want it. And once the landowners say yes, then you have site visits and soil assessments and just see what kind of trees would do well and what else you need on the land. And once you figure out all that, then you can finally create the plan and secure the funding sources. And then you got to actually do the planting and get them in the ground and coordinate if you have volunteers or contractors doing the work, you have to coordinate all that. And then after that is maintenance and checkups. And this is one of the most labor intensive processes because you need to do maintenance up to 5 years or more after just to make sure those trees are actually growing and not just dying after a couple of years. And then all your work's wasted. Next slide. And this kind of leads into the competency that I thought related most, which is systems thinking, because when you look at all those different pieces of the puzzle, there's so many various people that are involved and different partners that are involved. And to understand these processes and do the work that I was doing, it took me a while to kind of fully understand where the bottlenecks were and what needed work and what was kind of the sticking points for a lot of people in the process. Next slide. So from my work that I was looking at, the numbers that I came up through the interviews and surveys is that for one staff person working solely on repairing forest buffers, they could put in 20 to 35 acres a year, and they were generally doing coordination and project planning. This wasn't even with planting and maintenance. Those things are usually contracted out, so that's another piece of the work that they weren't doing. But for these people that were just doing coordination and project planning, in order to meet the goals of 900 miles a year, we need 300 to about 400 more people, which is kind of an insane number. And I looked at it and I was like, can I mess something up? But from what I've heard from most of the partners, it does kind of match up to what they were thinking. It's just kind of like an unreasonable number. And there's also, even with that great number. There's so many other people needed in the process, from contractors to just internal capacity of these organizations with like HR and a lot of other stuff. So that number, there's more people had to. But and the current staff estimate was around 150 to 85 people. So you're basically doubling it, almost tripling the workforce, which is kind of crazy. Next slide. So another big part of my project that I was looking at was case studies and just programs that were doing really great things, and I thought just wanted to showcase. So the first one is the James River Buffer Program. They had an amazing funding source through the Virginia Environmental Endowment, and this funding source it's funded through different, like, for example, the major funding source for it was through Dominion Power, and they were putting in power lines over rivers, so they kind of had to give a bunch of money to the endowment. So it's not great, but they got a bunch of money from it to do other projects to help the environment. So, but this funding allowed them to give buffers to landowners for no effort and no cost and basically no work to the landowner. They just had to say yes, and the buffer was put in for them. Gave them money for maintenance as well, and they were able to get a bunch of interns and expand their capacity really quickly. And the next one I want to showcase was the Sustainable Dairy Initiative in PA. This is a really new and kind of never foreseen approach to just agricultural pest management practices. They were able to connect like large corporations such as Turkey Hill and Hershey to basically ways to meet their sustainability goals, which there's a lot of money coming in from those private organizations or private corporations, and they give them the means to somewhere to put that money, which is pretty great. And they have other work in progress with Purdue, for example, as ways to meet emission goals. So this has also allowed for a lot more money to go into forest buffers. And another great point about the dairy initiative is they worked with the Maryland Virginia Dairy Cooperative, which had prior connections to a lot of these farming communities that maybe weren't receptive to putting in buffers. So it allowed them to quickly get in there, and the farmers were like, oh, they say buffers are good? Okay, we'll put them in. So that helped a lot with their demand. Next slide. So I also had some challenges and opportunities, and many of these were informed by those programs that I talked about, as well as a lot of other programs that I also looked at. So the first one is there's really not much funding involved throughout the whole watershed for maintenance and staff, and those are some like huge parts of putting in buffers. And another challenge I had was about just the internal capacity of a lot of organizations isn't big enough for a lot of the buffer organizations, which are small like subsections of those organizations, to expand. Engineers are extremely hard to come by, and especially in the nonprofit sector, it's really hard for a lot of people to find them. And then the last point for challenges was just for that number of like 300 to 400 new staff, like where are those people going to come from? If there was money for them, where would you find them? And that's a pretty tricky problem. But moving on to opportunities, there's a lot of great stuff happening as well in the buffer space. There's a lot of good funding sources that are really flexible to make it easy on these people trying to put the buffers in. They give them a lot of flexibility for maintenance and staffing. And another great opportunity is just working with private corporations who have environmental and sustainability goals, and they need to meet them, and giving them somewhere and a way to do it that also helps the environment. It's a great thing. Another big point is about the turnkey model, which is basically you giving landowners buffers at no cost to them, no effort, as opposed to you trying to incentivize them to put them in. You just give it to them and they don't have to worry about any of the funding, anything. And demand for that has been great, and those programs using that model have had to do limited outreach, and they're at their capacity, and they just need more people to put those buses in. And the last point, the funding level for trees has been really great. There's no better time for the funding right now. It's been phenomenal. Next slide. So the questions that kind of came up as I was doing my research, they were just kind of things I wanted to look further into. One is about the contractor capacity in the market and what the kind of like gap will be between if we were to get all that money and to put a bunch of new staff in, how long would it take, and how stretched are the contractors at the moment, and how much would it take to get them to where we want them. And then the next thing would be just other opportunities that we can get these big corporations involved with the work we're doing, as well as exploring the current labor market and just the staff working on and in buffer, the general industry at the moment. Just see like where we're at, and hopefully that informs where we need to go. And the last thing would be just the effect on demand. Like if we were to increase that capacity to meet that 900 miles a year, would the demand be able to keep pace with that? And so even would it matter if we could get that many people? Okay, next slide. So I don't have a picture of the summit I went to, but I just want to talk about it a little. I was able to go up to the Water Forestry Summit in the early part of my internship, and it was really great. Katie, my mentor, took me up with her, and it was really great that I was able to meet so many people in the space and go see presentations and really get a good feel of the forestry sector as a whole. It's something I had no prior experience, and this allowed me to kind of get up to speed a lot faster than I thought I would have. Next slide. So what's next for me? Firstly, the internship this summer, it helped me a lot with a little kind of validating what I wanted to do and mixing my interests. I think, and it was really helpful for just understanding like this is something that I do like, and I love being able to have an impact and do something that relates to what I love. And I just wanted to say thank you to Katie, and as well as to all the interns and everyone in the day program's office. It's so great, and really open and outgoing. Yeah, I had a great summer.
So Q&A, questions?
What are you gonna do with the result? I mean, that's fascinating. The gap between the goal and what great questions, and what a great idea to have somebody with your skill set work on, like, putting that in context, that goal. So now what happens?
No, that's a great question. You know, people ask me all the time, how many people do you need? And I'm like, you don't want to know.
300.
Yeah.
Martin, and then Jeremy.
There's one in the chat too.
Okay.
So I was going to ask, just in terms of like to do the 900 miles a year, that's the current job demand. But then the long-term job demand there, does that grow? Does it stabilize? Does it build up and then drop back off? Like what's like for a young person interested in kind of like a forestry career and wants to get started in that, what's the opportunity for the long?
Yeah, I mean, so that 900 miles, I guess that's like, I don't know when the 2025 stuff will come out, but I don't know what the goals will be then. As for now, I think there's a lot of room for growth. Like there's a lot of room, and all the programs are looking to expand and keep growing. So.
I think that another caveat too is that 900 mile per year goal is just the goal of the watershed agreement. The goals that some of the states set in their watershed implementation plans are much higher.
Okay.
Like watershed wide is 3 times as much as that, really, or more.
Even less realistic.
Right.
That's one way to put it.
Well, and I would think with like the rising atmosphere, the workshop, I mean, trees.
It's all about trees.
It's all about trees.
Well, and so, but just looking at it from the Chesapeake Bay program, no disrespect, frame, if you only look at it from that frame, you're missing the climate frame, which why are we
That's
investing
what-
in,
yeah.
you know, it's the climate sequestration. But you also have to think about maintenance of trees, which is really often neglected. And then stream restoration, we're removing trees, so that system spot, that's where this really matters.
And I think my question might be similar to what Jeff put in the chat, is you were estimating 20 to 35 acres per year per like person doing the coordination planning, forest buffers. But those people also have other outputs, right? Because they're doing other, like either planting projects or other tasks or work out in the field. So if we like quadrupled the number of those people, we would be getting more than just the amount of forest buffers we're aiming for. We'd be getting like other, inland planting of the wetland communities and other outputs as well, right?
Yeah, they would be able to provide a wide range of services, which would probably increase a lot of other capacities at the same time.
Thanks.
Yeah, just listening to this discussion, it just dawned on me how relevant this research is to the blue and green infrastructure developments that, Suzanne and her office and other state offices are facing right now. Because I'm sure you guys have heard about a lot of that funding, those resources. So, but as I'm listening to each and every one of everybody's presentations, they all are touching on some key parts of that. So good job. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, we have one more left before lunch. We made it. Everybody clap it up for yourself. There's some outside seating out there. You can check out. Looks like this room over here is available if anybody wants to sit in there in groups. And then right above us, there's a space that you can go into it as well. I don't think there's as many sodas for everyone, but waters, if you want to share. Try to make it work. Yeah, I can go.
Would I be able to?
Yeah, just whenever you're ready, just come on.
Melissa's controlling the slides.
Whenever you're ready.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Is that cool? Can you tell me what to put in?
If she gives me the link, I can stop the share and pull up the website.
Yeah, so the link is in one of the slides, so I should just.
Okay.
You click it open.
Huh?
You click it open.
Okay, perfect, yeah.
And I can control it then through here, but that's not gonna show up.
Yeah, just say like next slide when you're ready to go and I'll advance it for you.
Sounds good. Okay, everyone, I'm Anush and I'm gonna be presenting on a project that I've been working on this summer, which has been creating an outline of a tributary story map, which informs on spatial and temporal patterns in water quality. Next slide.
Yeah, speak up a little bit.
Yeah, okay. So a little bit about myself. I go to George Washington University in DC and I study civil and environmental engineering, and I'm going to be graduating with a class of 25. And I was drawn to this program, like a lot of people said. The Chesapeake Bay program is pretty at home to me and pretty personal. I was born and raised in Virginia, and I go to school within the Potomac watershed. And I was drawn to this program because of StREAM's and CRC's goals of highlighting underrepresented communities within the environmental field, and also getting to work within the intersection between environmental and management field while also supporting the restoration of the bay. And I have also been interested in ArcGIS and took the class on it for the first time last year and really enjoyed it and liked it, and definitely want to continue building on it and see how it can be utilized in the form of science communication. And it was my first time being exposed to the idea of a story map, which I found it to be a very interesting and creative medium. So I'm excited to have had this project and continue building ArcGIS skills. Yeah, next slide. So for my project, I'm specifically working and supporting the integrated trends analysis team within the Chesapeake Bay program, and they basically combine efforts of Chesapeake Bay program analysts with those of government, academic, and nonprofit organizations to identify potential research synergies to better understand water quality trends and how that changes over time. And one way that they do this is by producing tributary basin summary reports. So there are 12 tributaries within the Chesapeake Bay program, and within these reports, it covers tidal water quality trends and how they change over time over the short and long term, factors that are influencing water quality changes, how those factors themselves are changing, and watershed characteristics in general. And so so basically this summer I've been creating a template story map that can easily be replicated for the 13 different tributaries as the reports are updated. And the story map in essence is a web page that is created through ArcGIS Online. That includes dynamic maps, figures, and data, and it allows you to access information very seamlessly, and it's very visually engaging. So the tributary reports are longer technical documents and are a little harder to update. I think the reports cover data from 1985 to 2018, and it takes time to update it to, say, where we are now in 2023, whereas a story map can very easily be updated because it would have to go through like those approvals and the semantics of that, and also it has like a more intuitive feel to it, that it's something that you can scroll through, and if there's specific information that you want, say the amount of or how much percent change there has been of total nitrogen at this specific station in this tributary, it's something that you can very easily access. And it's meant to supplement the reports, not replace them, and it's just like a more creative medium to present that information. Next slide. So the purpose, if you look at the diagram on the left, is definitely within the realm of communication and how that works in connecting research and management to ensure successful forecasting programs and creating policy programs that addresses the health of the Chesapeake Bay and its watershed. And the audience for the story map is our technical managers, watershed organizations, and researchers. And so how I went about doing this was looking at the format of the reports and also reviewing a story map that we currently have, which is of the Potomac tributary. And what I did was I reached out to contacts such as conservation and advocacy groups, and we went through the current example story map of the Potomac tributary, and we engaged and gathered feedback. And I think that was probably one of my favorite parts of the internship, talking to these conservation groups and learning more about the work it is that they are doing and just how excited they are in having a story map that is specific to their tributary and having it be a resource that they can point to. But also, while talking to them, asking them if they have any projects that they have been working on and any information and data that they have collected that we can point them to, say, like, if people have questions that isn't covered within the story map, that, these are groups that have covered this and can answer questions. So it's a changing medium that informs, but is informed by these groups as well. So it be not something that is just like an outcome, but can change. And that's going to be a big part of the story maps, where it's having a list of these contacts that we can point to and highlight things that are occurring within the community. Next slide. And so I started creating a template of the story map using ArcGIS Online to create dynamic maps, and a lot of it was taking data, uploading it, changing the symbology, which is definitely like, the symbology was a big part of it, because the data that I was receiving was, say, like the amount of nitrogen that is
So like if nitrogen is increasing, if the concentration is increasing, how that translates to a decreasing water quality trend. And that was something that was brought up when talking to these organizations, how that can be a little confusing, and ensuring that that is communicated properly. Next slide. So once we have an outline of the whole entire Chesapeake Bay, ensuring that it can be clipped down and replicated to a specific tributary, and that too, where it's highlighting the scale at which this information will be covering. And yeah, so like for example, within the Potomac tributary, a lot of wastewater treatment plants within the Potomac have started implementing changes that have led to decreased phosphorus and nitrogen that has led to improving water quality trends, but that's not the case throughout the whole entire bay. So I think it's like a very appropriate skill to understand how we can implement changes. Yeah, and creating a document so that more examples can be very easily made from the template. Next slide. So if you press, you should be able to press that results, yeah. Oh. All right, so if you go to the end of the presentation, I put photos of it as well.
Hold on. I lost this one.
I want to thank my mentor for telling me to be prepared for these technical issues. That page. So if you just next slide.
I'm sorry, I lost, for some reason the Zoom is like not showing, oh wait, hold on, okay. Stand by. All right. Tell me when to stop.
Oh, yeah, so you can go back. One more. There we go. So this is an example story map that I created from the outline, and I chose the Rappahannock specifically because I talked to friends of Rappahannock, and hopefully I'll be presenting this example story map at a little symposium that they're having in the fall. And yeah, so this is basically a story map. So you open it, and then at the bottom you can see that there's kind of like a slide of contents, and you can press any one of those and it would jump to that section. Next slide. And so you start off with a general map of the Chesapeake Bay watershed, and there's a link of the Chesapeake Bay program's website and also the data dashboard. Next slide. And yeah, so we highlight certain watershed characteristics such as physiography. Next slide. And land use, and these are interactive, so you can zoom in on them and like get more information. Say if there's like a specific neighborhood that you want to hone in on, there should be like a search term that you should be able to look up like a specific area. Next slide. And we have water quality status that is broken down in the short and the long term. So for example, this is total nitrogen, and one feedback that I've received from multiple conservation groups was specifying why certain symbology is used and what it means. So symbology is explained for each parameter. So nitrogen, phosphorus, and chlorophyll A would use the same symbology because an increase in, so for example, a decreasing nitrogen concentration equates to improving water quality, whereas for dissolved oxygen and chlorophyll A, increase, or not chlorophyll A, scratch that. Dissolved oxygen is at this step. If there's an increase in their measurement, that is an improved water quality. Yeah, so next slide. So yeah, if you press on one of the stations, it tells you what the percent change is, and then there's a little spiel, and it will, you just kind of, when it comes to replicating the outline into the example, you can compare long-term and short-term, and the idea would to give a little spiel for how those two compare. And this is currently a draft form, and I have to say it's not meant to be shared yet. And one thing that I'm hoping to change is including the different salinity zones, because
when I did add that onto the maps, I saw that there was definitely a trend in where there has been in an improving or degrading water quality status to a salinity zone. So that's something that I'm hoping to change. Next slide. Yeah, so this is like the difference in the symbology. Next slide. And then it goes into factors that are affecting trends, which include hydrogeomorphology, sources, best management practices, and yeah, I think that's it. And then one thing that is different from the original reports, as well as the example story map that we have in the Potomac, is an inclusion of the climate change and for community section. And as I said before, updating these tributary reports is a little difficult. So they're working on a tributary report for the James that would include a climate change section, but how easy it is to create this, or it wasn't easy. So how easy it is to replicate the different tributaries from the outline, we can get this information across. Next slide. So yeah, you can just keep going. Next slide, next slide. So yeah, so this would be the climate change section, which we use 3 different parameters to communicate that. Next slide. The first one is extreme weather and increased precipitation, or increased precipitation. Next slide. Extreme weather. And yeah, so also pointing to other resources that have different climate models where if you do need more information or want to elaborate more on something specific, that is something that is accessible and that can be pointed to. Next slide. Warming water temperatures, and yeah, displaying how surface water temperature trends, how that's looking, and mechanisms that impact it. And as we can see, surface water temperature trends are significantly degrading, and I'm pretty sure that's the case for most of the bay. Next slide. And there's also a sea level rise indicator where you can scroll and change sea level rise and see the way that that would be impacting the bay. Next slide. And yeah, this is also a newer section where it's for the community, where we would point to these conservation groups and include any data information that they have, highlight any projects it is that they're working on, and for example, like if people have questions in terms of can I swim in this tributary, can I fish in it, that's not within the scope of the story map, and so pointing to a resource that can hopefully answer their question. Next slide.
Do you need me to go back where you were?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Okay.
It's after results. So I think definitely one of the 5 competencies that I saw highlighted within the structure of story maps is a systems thinking approach, and seeing how this process that is contributing to the water quality trend is changing over time, and just seeing, like even through this visual, how there are different parts within a system that are leading to this one thing. And it was interesting because like within the content of a story map, you have these different processes that are working together to contribute to this, but also seeing how this report is created, how the integrated trends analysis team is composed of Chesapeake Bay program analysts, people who work within USGS, and seeing how different partnerships have led to this product. And yeah, so it's taking something that already exists within the tributary reports and presenting that information in a newer way that is supplemented with, newer ideas to better understand how we can implement certain practices. But yeah, I think next slide. I think that's it. So thank you to Randy, my mentors Alex, Breck, and Kaylin. They were absolutely wonderful in guiding me and teaching me, but also to this cohort and everyone else.
Yes. Quick questions?
I have 2 questions. roughly how long did it take to make one of these? And then also, what's the plan for getting these story maps to the audiences?
Yeah, so in terms of creating the outline, that basically took up my whole entire summer, and I still have like a few more weeks to go. And so creating the outline took a lot of time because the way that the maps are oriented, it's the whole entire Chesapeake Bay. But when it came to creating the example, it was very, very quick because you can, at least with ArcGIS Online, the way that it's structured, you can filter it to specify a certain tributary and just portray the stations within that tributary. And so the maps are very easily replicable in scaling down to a specific tributary from the outline. And what else would change? A lot of the non-dynamic or static figures are taken straight from the report and would be implemented. And the only thing that would change is for the community section and highlighting a group or conservation group that is within that tributary. But in terms of ease and time, it was very, very easy.
Extracting the data is easy, but then those little columns, which I think are really important, telling the story. How did you get that directly from the report, or did you have to synthesize and?
For pressing a specific station and the.
Well, no, like you had little call outs explaining the trends, you said.
Yeah, so that I looked at myself.
You did that by synthesizing.
Yeah, so that would take, like looking at it yourself, taking time to compare them, and I think that is probably what took the most time, but I think
that's the most important thing.
Yeah, and in terms of like making sure that it is very easily replicable and just like, pressing a few buttons on your computer and being like, okay, now it's like on a smaller scale, but also like analyzing it, I think is a very important part of it, and communicating certain parts of the figure. And yeah, so like it took basically the whole summer to make the outline, but like a day or two to create the example. It was very simple. And in terms of like creating or like an outreach and reaching communities, so there hasn't been like a communication strategy in place yet, but already talking to like various conservation groups and definitely seeing a place for them to be using this, and then building partnerships, for example, with Friends of Rappahannock, and having this tributary story map be something that they can use. And that wasn't. But yeah, there's still like definitely like a method that needs to be created, but there's already like a basis being formed.
There's a question online. It says, these integrated trend story maps are so exciting to see. This is from Kristen Saunders at the Bay Program. We've been talking for a few years now on how to get these data-rich stories into the hands of local decision makers and advocates in these tributaries. Did you get a sense of how some of the organizations you talked might use them?
Yeah, so that was within like the questions that I would ask, and like one of the main things, because I think like when wanting to create it, it wasn't just like a product that I wanted to use and then like push it out to them and be like, okay, it's yours now, like do what you want with it. But from the beginning, constructing it and keeping in mind how it is that they would use it. And one consistent answer that I got was that it would be used both in terms of educating local citizens, but also informing and using it as a resource when talking to local government and using it as like an advocacy tool. And so a couple organizations that I talked to in the Lower Eastern Shore said that they really appreciate the climate change section in terms of addressing saltwater intrusion, which is like another presentation that we have within their area. And I think especially with the way that the information is displayed and communicating within the story map, it being digestible and it being very digestible for citizens to understand and use, but also it being robust enough, hopefully, to inform policy, but also like within the story map, we point to a lot of other resources. So it's pointing to the Chesapeake Bay Program website, the data dashboard, the technical reports themselves. I think these organizations seemed very excited to have this as a resource that they could use.
So is there a next layer down that might be like future work, or maybe it's in this project now that kind of highlights what is being done within these watersheds that actually is maybe affecting that change for the good or maybe the not so?
Yeah, so Like for example, within the Potomac tributary story map, they were able to highlight changes that occurred with wastewater treatment advancements and making it more efficient, and how that did lead to improving water quality trends. And that was like that sort of information and that for community section and was only really prevalent within the Potomac tributary. I think like accessing that sort of information wasn't like completely within the scope of my project, but yeah, hopefully that can be something that can be worked on with partnerships with conservation groups. But that is very important to highlight as well.
Yes.
I had a comment, a little more than a question. So, great job. I've done these story maps while I was a CRC staffer a few years ago. And I think another opportunity for your work is to also be able to pitch it to organizations so that they can use it as, when they submit funding for, funding opportunities as well as when you think about some of the states that fall under the watershed when they're looking to overlay demographic layers as well as where there are high opportunities for restoration as well.
Thank you for the comment.
Okay, thank you. And before we break out to lunch, we do have a few guests here. I just wanted to introduce them now. It's Darius Stanton, the visionary founder of the StREAM program, one of them. And Cicely?
Cecily.
Yeah. If you all could just stand up and say where you're coming from today or why you're here.
Naval Academy and also the Chesapeake Community Modeling Program. I heard about this from Randy, and it's excited to get a pulse on what young researchers are doing right now.
And you're a professor at Navy?
Professor in the Department of Ocean and Atmospheric Sciences.
Cool.
Good afternoon, everybody. Like Randy said, my name is Darius Stanton. I was a former CRC staffer a few years ago, a while ago. I went to work with the EPA for a while, and now I'm at the American Cleaner Institute.
Good. So that's pretty much it. We have roughly six more presentations to go after lunch. And let's see, right now it is 1:15. So we'll look to come back at 1:30. Is that cool?
Wait.
I'm sorry. Alrighty. So we're at our second half of our show, and that'll be a little shorter. We got through the girth of the presentations already. So without further ado, just want to thank also everyone that's on the Zoom in the Zoom world. Everybody say hello to everybody on Zoom.
Everybody on Zoom.
Thank you for the questions, the comments. Keep them coming. We're gonna be sure that we copy and paste that entire chat and see what's there and try to share that out, as well as pictures, video. We'll have a visuals folder in the Google Drive for you all to dump pictures and things like that. All right. So without further ado, we'll have Emma. You ready?
Put on my slide.
Yes.
I must have just gotten sorted.
No, I'm transitioning because I have to leave early.
Oh, do you need
Randy
that?
got it.
Can I help with
Melissa, I
anything?
also run the site.
I think Randy's got it, but thank you.
Definitely not something I'm
I got my laptop right here.
Okay.
I'm gonna get that sound.
There you go.
No, back to you.
I think.
Yeah, so like some work. Actually, can I remember? Yeah, that's what I was.
No, just go back. Like,
Darius, I still chair. Come on.
Hey, Randy, round it out.
Computer up. So with the PDFs too,
Stay in that, man.
I'll go there.
Oh, okay.
So it's helpful to download the PDF file and play off that.
That's why I said.
Randy, I have this one pulled up. Do you want me to do this first one?
Yeah, it said we couldn't download it.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and your name was up there with,
Yeah.
okay, cool. Nice to meet you. I've seen your name.
Oh.
I know. Yeah, I forgot.
How was lunch, everybody?
Good, man.
Great, thank you.
No, thanks a lot.
So, I was at a meeting all week in the like down on Bishop's Head, Karen Noonan Center. My name is Bart Merrick, I work for North Chesapeake Bay office, and I've learned something that was pretty tragic. And they're not making, the company that makes yardsticks, they're not making them any longer.
Emma, I apologize. I didn't make it. Go right before you go.
How did that go over in your pants?
I haven't used it. Actually, the new joke.
All right.
Great, we're ready.
I can't see it.
My name is Emma, and today I'm going to be talking about my internship this summer, and basically the title says Building Resource Guides for Tribal Nations in Virginia. So I'm just going to go into that a little bit more and like explain what that means, and just share with you guys my work that I've been doing. So next slide, please. Okay, so first I'll tell you a little bit about me. I was born in Texas, so I'm originally from Texas. I also lived in Southeast Asia with my family, and we traveled for a few years, and I also was homeschooled during that time. So I've definitely had like a very interesting experience growing up, and I think that's definitely influenced the person who I am today and influences the work that I do. Right now, I'm a transfer student / rising senior at Oregon State University, and I'm majoring in marine studies. And I'm also just like focusing on environmental justice, since that's what I'm mainly interested in. The reason that I found this particular internship interesting was because I'm just really interested in helping people of color and people who are underrepresented to be more uplifted. And I just thought that this opportunity to create like these resource guides for tribal nations in Virginia would be a good opportunity for me. And then, yeah, just an extra like fact about me, I love otters. I identify with otters, so yeah, there's that. And I guess another thing is just another point I wanted to say is like after I graduate, I hope I can find like a job that's sort of like, well, I think all of us hope we can find a job, but I hope I can find a job that's like, something I'm interested in, but also something that is making a difference in the world. And so that's sort of like my goal. Next slide, please. So I'll just talk about like my work this summer so far in this internship, and also explain a bit like what are resource guides, because I didn't really know what that was at first either. So the internship is a community partnerships internship. And so far this summer, I've been basically just like learning about the different tribes in Virginia that we're focusing on. So the Upper Mattaponi tribe, the Eastern Chickahominy, the Chickahominy, and the Rappahannock tribe. And basically, what are their relationships to federal agencies like NOAA, and what do they need from us to like use our resources and stuff like that. So mainly, I've been working hybrid, well, 100% virtual up until this point. This is my first full day here. I just flew in yesterday, so it's very nerve-wracking because I'm meeting a lot of new people that I've only seen on the screen before. But yeah, so I've been doing basically everything virtual so far. Like I said, I'm living in Corvallis right now to go to Oregon State University. And I feel like this work is pretty important to NCBO's effort to improve their engagement with tribal nations. And basically, by me helping to do this research, you know, it can sort of, we can use that research to then recommend things for future resource guides and future ways that we can engage with tribal nations. And then more about the resource guides. So they're basically meant to fill information gaps for tribal nations, and also help build relationships with tribes to tackle coastal issues, and provide tribes with, you know, more easily accessible resources, because a lot of them are, you know, they don't have enough capacity to do what they want to do. So if we can help this, we have to help as much as we can by giving them access to those resources. Next slide, please. So I sort of touched on this a little bit earlier, but some of the things that I've been doing to help is just like really a lot of learning, because I'm not from the area. Like I said, I'm from Texas. I moved to Oregon, so I'm living in Pacific Northwest right now. I'm not really in touch with like the tribes in Virginia. So, you know, I was, you know, doing a lot of like learning about those tribes, and also learning about NOAA and NOAA's mission, and, you know, ways that NOAA wants to engage with tribes in the future. I was also doing a lot of informational interviews with people, not necessarily all related to the tribal work, but just also to learn about people's work and what they're doing and what their career paths were. And that helps me professionally, but it also helps me understand like NOAA staff and like what their mission is. And then I've also been talking to people at the Virginia Institute of Marine Science, and basically just trying to set up meetings with tribal nations through them. And then the main reason that I'm visiting here, apart from the symposium, is for a meeting on August 10th, where I'm going to be meeting with people with the Virginia Institute of Marine Science, but also 2 different representatives for 2 different tribes. And we're going to show them some resource guides and receive some feedback on that and how we can move forward from there. Next slide, please. So yeah, what have I learned so far? I feel like the main thing is that all of this takes a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of patience. I thought when I first wanted to do this internship, I thought like, oh, I'm going to get right into the work right away, and like I'm going to be doing these meetings with tribes like all the time. And you know, that's like a really unrealistic expectation, because there's so many people involved and there's so much things that you have to like figure out, like even this trip to come here, lots of logistics, lots of people you have to go through, lots of things you have to go through. So I think that's like the biggest thing that I've learned. And you know, that's just a part of the line of work. Another thing is just like reading all of these different resources, and you know, learning about how NOAA wants to and should engage with tribes. That sort of helped with just like realizing that this is really important. Like we can't just, you know, go up to tribes and ask them for their agreement or ask them for their knowledge without really, like, we have to respect them, respect their culture, and realize that, you know, they're people too, and they've been, you know, taken advantage of a lot, and the work should not be extractive. It should be a collaboration between both parties. And then the resources here I put were just like some of the ones that my mentor gave me to start reading at the very beginning. The Udall Foundation assessment is like the biggest one. Basically, it's just like the tribal engagement with the North Atlantic regional team. and, the good parts of that, what worked, what didn't work, and some recommendations moving forward. I also found the NCBO strategic plan to be very helpful for me, because it helped me sort of realize, like, I'm working for NCBO, like, what exactly is our goal, and what's the goal for the future. And then, of course, like, talking to my mentors, Nicole Bartlett, Lauren Tannehill, Molly, and Kirk at BIMS, like, just talking to them and seeing, what their experience has been working with tribes and making these resource guides. So yeah, that's sort of just like what I've learned so far. Next slide, please. Yeah, and so these are the two competencies that I found were most relevant for my internship. I would say professional development is something that I've definitely like improved on throughout this internship. I feel like I've learned a lot about networking and gained a lot of confidence in reaching out to people and just being like, hey, I want to like talk to you about your career and talk to you about like what you've been doing and, figure out what kind of opportunities there are for someone like me who is about to be a senior and wants to hopefully get a job after I graduate. So an example of this is like during the what's it called? The fisheries, the webinar thing? The
flavor of fisheries?
Yeah, so during that, like I reached out to one of the ladies who presented about her career, and she happened to be in Seattle, and I also happened to be in Seattle, so I was just like, can I go and meet you? And she was like, yeah, like come by the campus. And so I figured I did that. I went to the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, which was really cool. I got to tour the place. I got to like talk to her about being an observer as like a job and like what that means. And so just like learning about different careers, different opportunities. And for me, like I love the Pacific Northwest. So I really just like every time I see someone who's like in Oregon or Seattle, I'm just like, I need to talk to them. So, that's something I've learned, and I'm really like glad that that's becoming a habit for me. And then of course, I feel like multicultural awareness is like a big one, just because like we're working with tribes and we're working with different types of people, like not just with tribes, but just with like the people within NOAA. You're talking to different people. And for me as a person of color, I think it's interesting to do these informational interviews and see like how many people of color have I been able to talk to, and like what is their experience as a person of color working with NOAA. And so, asking those questions and learning about, differences in how people work is something that I think is really relevant to this internship. Next slide, please. So like, what is next? So right now, I just got here, but next week I got that meeting, so I need to prepare for that more. Basically, we're going to be showing the Chickahominy and the Eastern Chickahominy tribes, like existing resource guides that we have, but also just sort of catering it more to their priorities and asking them, like, what do you think about this? Like, what can we change and improve so that way it can be more helpful to them. And just like, working with my mentors after this meeting to develop the product more and create like a better resource guide that can be helpful. Next slide, please. So what can be learned from this? I learned that I don't like virtual work. I think I always knew this, but I was just like, you know what, it's fine. It's NOAA. I've always wanted to work for NOAA. I'm going to do it, like no matter what. Like if I'm going to be virtual, I don't care. It's fine. And it turned out that like it has been fine. Like I've learned so much, so I'm glad that I took the experience. But I definitely think that I've learned like I don't like working online. I have learned like even though I've had these challenges, I still want to continue working in a career that somehow uplifts underrepresented communities' voices. With environmental justice and all of that, I feel like that is something that's important to me. But I also learned like I think I do want to do more field work. I want to do more lab work. I want to get out there. I've never really done that. And while this experience was good, I think my next step is probably to do more of that. And so more of what's next. And what's next part 2, I guess. Exploring career opportunities, continuing to network with people. I hope that I can find an opportunity for like my senior year and after graduation. So that way I can try and find a job or some sort of experience where
you know, after graduation, I don't feel lost or anything. I don't know if that's possible, but I'm gonna try. And then, you know, continuing to learn about my interests through trying different things. Next slide. And then finally, I just want to say thank you. And here's a cute little picture of otters holding hands because they're so adorable. Yeah, so like thank you to my mentors, especially Lauren, because she's been so patient and helpful, and Nicole as well, Molly, Bart, Randy. The whole travel thing was stressful for all of us, so I'm so glad we figured that out. I started this internship like a month late, so it's a little bit different for me. I still have a month to go, so there's still a lot of work to go. And yeah, so I'm just excited to continue working, and yeah, that's it.
Q&A, yes.
So you talked about how you were like putting together these resource guides for the tribes. Was there any like, you know, tribal ecological knowledge that they were able to provide to like NOAA, like on the other end? You know what I mean?
Just to clarify, I haven't like, so far, I haven't been able to like directly create these resource guides just because of the timing and everything. So I'm hoping that in this meeting next week, like I can learn a little bit more about what they want from it. I've definitely done a lot of like learning through my reading about like traditional ecological knowledge and like the best ways to engage with people who hold that knowledge. So I think that's like the best way to answer your question. Yeah.
I know that there's also a significant presence of like tribal nations in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you want to?
No, this was gonna ask you later,
Oh,
but
okay.
you go ahead.
Is there anything that you are going to take from this internship that you might be able to apply to your work and back when you go back?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like having this experience and knowing what it's like to sort of coordinate all these things helps me a bit with like being like, if I want to work with tribes back, you know, in Oregon or Washington, you know, like I can take that experience and hopefully use that to work with them as well. I haven't done a whole lot of tribal work like back in the Pacific Northwest just because this is my first like genuine experience with it, but it's interesting and I find it interesting, so I would definitely, you know, go in that direction.
So these resource guides, are they a compilation of knowledge that they have, or is it also like pointing them to resources that are within NOAA, within the Chesapeake Bay program, and are those resources about like what are they? Is it about say water quality or other things?
It's more so for the tribes, like it's basically like different things within NOAA that could help them. So like there's contacts in there, people they can contact. There's like different links to different places and it's all like categorized. Like there'll be like aquaculture or like other categories. It's just like, it's a very like bulky guide, but it is all virtual. So it's kind of like more easy to access for them. Like they can like click on the link and go there. But I will say that some of the recommendations that we've got is just like to make it more like a how-to guide rather than just a compilation of things that are there because, you know, that will help with their capacity as well. So that's something to think about for us too.
All right, thank you. I just want to say, last summer we had an intern from Puerto Rico, and so I think you were the furthest south this year in Oregon, so it's been a pleasure to have you. I'm glad everything is working out. And this is also our first time having a StREAM intern stay on campus at the brand new built dormitory cottages as well. So hopefully we can do more of that in the future. That way we can help convenience people. Coming up next we have Catherine.
Emma, is everything working in the cottage?
Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah,
I have
waterworks.
to myself. I'm happy.
Glad to move in over.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Catherine Carrion, and this summer my mentor was Wilmelli, and I looked to see all the places fish will go. Next slide. So a bit about me. I'm currently a rising senior at Virginia Tech, majoring in fish conservation with a minor in biological science. And growing up in Northern Virginia, I have heard so much about the changing conditions in the Chesapeake Bay and how it was impacting the population living around the Chesapeake Bay, which is what drew me initially to Chesapeake Bay internships. But what drew me to this one specifically was the fact that they were advertising to bringing in more diversity in STEM, which I thought was really important and was a place that I wanted to work at. Post-graduation, I plan to do some volunteer work first of all, maybe with the AmeriCorps or something like that, and then do grad school eventually. Next slide. So a bit of where I was at this summer. I was a NOAA Habitat Science intern working at the Cooperative Oxford Laboratory in Oxford, Maryland, which is the Black Star. They're with the NOAA Chesapeake Bay office. And the red star in the map is Tillman Island, which is also where Poplar Island and Back Creek are located, which is where I did a lot of my field work this summer. Next slide. So this summer, I mainly worked with acoustic telemetry, working with collaboration with fish taggers in the Chesapeake Bay. And I also did fish tagging in Back Creek. And another part of my summer was helping out with the Poplar Island fish surveys, looking at fish biodiversity and abundance. Next slide. So first, I'm going to talk about acoustic telemetry and the collaboration work that I did. Next slide. So acoustic telemetry, what acoustic telemetry is at its most basic is an underwater technology that is used to track fish movement using transmitters and receivers. So how it works is that a transmitter is inserted into the peritoneal cavity of the fish so that when it swims by a receiver, next slide, like that. The transmitter sends a signal to the receiver, so the receiver knows the specific tag ID and what date and time that the fish was at that specific location. And this technology can be used to track movement of the fish, track migration patterns, and the home ranges of the fish, and so many other. So since the receivers collect so much information, there has to be a way to store it. And that's the Ocean Tracking Network, which is a multinational collaborative effort for collaboration within acoustic telemetry. But a little more close to home, we have the Mid-Atlantic Acoustic Tracking Observation System. And that is to help foster collaboration in the Mid-Atlantic region, which is where I mainly worked at, which is what I mainly worked on. And so I want to talk a bit about collaboration in acoustic telemetry and why it's so important. And it's because fish don't know when they're crossing into a different state. And so when you have collaboration with these different institutions working with each other and sharing their receivers and sharing their findings, then you can build a more holistic approach to tackling different issues in the Bay and in the Atlantic. Next slide. So mainly focusing on collaboration again, the main method that I worked with Mike O'Brien from the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science, and he created this amazing R code to help synthesize data so that we wouldn't have to go through all of the data by hand. And so what I did, I used his code to test and examine data without the risk of human error and to look at the data in a more cohesive format. And what I mainly looked at was the northern, mid-bay, and southern arrays in the Chesapeake Bay. Next slide. And here are some of my results for that. So looking at the detections graph all the way on the left, can see the detections are just pins. So if once a fish swims by a receiver, then that's one detection. And so you can see that we have a lot of detections. And the most detections were in the southern, followed by the northern arrays. And when looking at the projects and the total fish observed, there are more in the southern arrays, which also can make sense because it's closest to the mouth of the bay, and so it's closer to more projects and to more total fish observed. And a little disclaimer for this data is dependent on when data pushes are put into models, and therefore some of this data might be fluctuating, but it's hard to know. Next slide. Sorry, I'm like trying to forget. Okay. So some more results. So this is looking at the geographic extent of these detected projects. And so going from north to south with looking at Florida, you can see that in the northern array, then the geographic extent of the projects is mainly in the Maryland, Virginia region with a little bit down to Florida, but in the mid-bay, it goes all the way down to the lower half of Florida. And then in the southern arrays, it goes all the way down past Florida. You can see the extent of the project goes lower and lower as the arrays are lower and lower in the bay, which again also makes sense since the southernmost receivers are at the mouth of the bay. Next slide. So some conclusions. This data is from 2021, 2022, 2023, and so we don't have concrete conclusions. But we're just trying to see if the movement of different species is changing in the Mid-Atlantic region and the Chesapeake Bay due to different factors. And we're looking at the value and services provided by the NCBO-sponsored Chesapeake Bay telemetry arrays to researchers. So again, focusing on collaboration between researchers in the Chesapeake Bay. Next slide. So moving on to fish tagging in Back Creek. So this project, its main goal was to understand fish movement in a natural site, which is Back Creek. Look at the red on the map, and a engineered site, which is Poplar Island, which is the green on the map. And for this project, we set up 15 receivers in Back Creek, and the receivers are the green dots on the map. And we tagged 50 fish to see their movement in Back Creek. Next slide. Here are some photos from our time there. The top right photo is me putting a PVC pipe into the water, and the PVC pipe has a receiver attached to it. And this is just so that the receiver doesn't move. So if a fish is tagged at that receiver, then we know it was there and it wasn't somewhere else. And you can also see in the middle photo doing some fishing, which is one of our collection methods. And we also used eel pods, and we used gill nets and a trap net or a hoop net. And the species that we caught were striped bass. That was the one that I caught, the biggest one. Caught striped bass, white perch, gizzard shad, which are my personal favorites. We caught spot and American eels. And next slide. So since we just did this project last week, there's no conclusions, but we're looking to see fish movement between a restored habitat and a natural marsh. And the receivers are going to be collected in December for preliminary results. And next slide. So the last project that I helped work on was the Poplar Island surveys. And I'm just going to briefly talk about this because this is Emma's project, so she's going to go more in depth after me. Next slide.
So at Poplar Island, we're looking at the fish abundance and species diversity, species composition in a restored habitat versus a natural marsh. The restored habitat again being Poplar Island and the natural marsh being surrounding sites. And here you can see our main methods for fish collection. We're using bike nets, which is what me and Emma are setting up in the bottom left picture. And we use gill nets, which I have a lot of photos of us looking through them for fish. Next slide. And this is just photos of a gill net and a bike net for those of you who don't know what they look like. Next slide. But again, the goals of this project are to just look at the abundance of fish and the species composition of fish in a restored habitat versus a natural habitat. And you can also see some of Poplar Island and the massive construction that was done there. And the most recent photo there is from 2011, so it's even bigger now, which is insane. Next slide. So the main competency that I thought focused well with my project was systems thinking, because I worked with 3 different projects that were all different, but they all had the same underlying knowledge. And so it was interesting to see, even though they were different projects, how they all related with each other. And I also chose systems thinking because I did a lot of collaboration with different researchers and with people and at NCBO and other scientists. So I thought it would just fit the best. Next slide. So I just want to thank my mentor, O'Malley, for being amazing. I want to thank David Bruce for letting me jump on his project, and Mike O'Brien for helping me with all of my errors in R, for many of them. And I want to thank Emma for putting up with me and living with me for 3 weeks. And just everyone who helped me along the way. And next slide. Thank you.
Q&A. Anybody? In the chat?
Nothing in
So from the acoustic surveys, there could be so many reasons, right, why something's moving? I mean, are you seeing any sort of large scale patterns in that data as warming? Are you seeing, various utilities of different parts of the bay as a response? Can you really pull that out, or what are you really seeing?
Yeah, so since we only have data from 2021, it's hard to make any definitive conclusions as to why the movement is differing, or if there is any differing movement, because it could just be due to a bunch of different confounding variables. So it's hard to pinpoint, but it could be a reason why.
Can I jump in? Quick. This project is a developing project, so Catherine did the first step, but we're working with another NOAA partner and try to use satellites to make conclusions, like if there was a warmer summer, if fish has been moving, but this project is very dependent on how many fish are tagged across the Atlantic. So that's a major bias of this type of project.
How long do the trackers work?
So the transmitters work for around 6 months. Oh.
Almost 2 years.
Yeah. The receivers are taken out in every 6 months.
Yes.
As fish go, gizzard shad are not that pleasant. What drew you to the gizzard shad?
What's wrong with you?
I appreciate that they have the thread fin on the caudal. The thread on the caudal fin, it makes it very easy to identify them, which is partially why I like them. And I think that, well, when we caught them in the gill nets, we would throw them back, and then sometimes they just swim right back into the gill net. I thought they were really funny. And they're just adorable in my personal opinion.
All right, thank you. And next up we have Emma.
Oh no, please don't show my sticker, that's all.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Emma Bernard. I use she, her pronouns, and as those speaker notes were showing, I know it's getting later in the day, so in addition to this being my incredibly witty title for my presentation, it is also a game. So if you see a buoy, a blue crab, or a bass, remember it, because I bake sea creature cookies, and tell me how many there were, and you might just get a cookie. That's why I pitch for like to pay attention to this presentation.
What are we telling you?
All three?
Oh,
yeah. He failed already, huh?
What the cookies?
There's enough cookies for everyone. So I am from New York City and grew up really, oh, sorry, next slide. That's important. And once we get to that, yes. I grew up really, really loving nature documentaries. I swear I love the fish in this picture. I just didn't like smiling for pictures at this time. And my childhood love of nature was both interrupted by and also really bolstered by learning about climate change, which made me want to pursue a career related to climate. So fast forward, I'm a rising senior at Brown University studying environmental science with a focus on the environment and inequality. And I was drawn to this internship for two reasons. One is I first interacted with NOAA at COP26, the UN Climate Change Conference a couple years ago, and was really inspired by the role of NOAA at this international conference, but also because after doing fieldwork last summer, I was really excited about learning about fieldwork in different contexts. And so NOAA, field, this was the perfect internship. And so after I graduate, I'm really interested in working in environmental education, and I feel like to be a good science communicator, you've got to know the science in all sorts of different contexts. So that's one of the reasons why I was drawn to a field internship. Next slide. So the field tech internship at the NOAA Chesapeake Bay office is based out of the Cooperative Oxford Lab, and unlike some of the other presentations, I didn't have just one project. I worked on two main ones, but I was kind of all over the place working on a couple different things. And all of the projects are currently works in progress. So you're going to see a lot of methods and fewer results throughout the course of this presentation. My mentors were David Bruce and Jay Lazar, and also I worked with Max, who's thank you for coming, and CJ, who's online, and all sorts of other people, Will Valley. And so it was a really fun internship for getting to know lots of different people. Next slide. So I'm starting off with my competency, which was systems thinking, which I felt like was really important for this internship because I had to make connections across different teams, find linkages between these seemingly disparate projects, and then also think about how ecosystem scale projects ripple out to create more systems. So that's a lot of what I was looking at. Next slide. So the three summer projects that I'm going to talk about are the Poplar Island surveys that Catherine alluded to, the Hypoxica Buoy project, and then I'll just touch on the acoustic telemetry again. Next slide. So my mentor for the Poplar fish surveys is David Bruce. Next slide. Really running through them. So I'll start with a little bit of background on Poplar Island. So in 1847, Poplar Island was over 1,100 acres, and then by the 1990s, it was down to just 4. There's a massive amount of erosion and just destruction of this habitat. So there's been a restoration project going on since the 90s that's still underway, restoring the island to its original area and creating salt marsh and then upland habitats. I'm using dredged material from a fishing channel being created in the bank. So sampling of poplar cells is done and has been done since 1995 and compared to reference sites on the nearby mainland habitats. And the objectives of this survey work is to assess the relative abundance and biodiversity at the restored marsh cells in comparison to the reference sites. The next slide. You can see where our different sampling sites are, where our reference sites are really nearby, and then that red dot is us and Poplar Island's down there. So you can kind of see where we're talking about. Next slide. So here's just a, thank you, a big photo collage, some of the familiar photos from earlier, and I'll kind of explain the methods going on in the next slide. But you can see it was all times of day and night that we were working on it. We were basing our field work around the tides and when fish are out, not when humans like to exist. So it was a lot of fun seeing the ecosystem at different times of day and night. Next slide. So our methods including pike netting and gill netting, which Catherine showed some pictures of what that looks like earlier, and then our pike net samples were taken back to the lab, frozen, and then I got to sort all the dead fish later. So that was another part of my responsibility in addition to data entry and analysis in Access. And this work is important because the data can be used to propose improvements to the design of future marsh cells, which is exactly what David did in the report that I showed earlier on my initial Poplar Island slide. So this can also, this collaboration with other stakeholders working on Poplar Island can in turn influence our field work. So for instance, we learned at a meeting on Poplar Island earlier this year that a really helpful metric to have would be biomass per area per year. But we haven't been collecting this metric going back to 1995. So part of what I did was find length-weight relationships for different species so we can kind of backtrack and try to get a good image of what the biomass has been and the sampling that's been going on for all these years. Next slide. Now, whole new project, hypoxia buoy system, which I worked with Jay, Max, CJ, and lots of other folks. So the next slide, you can see where these 3 buoy locations are. So first of all, the goal of this project is to get high resolution hypoxia data throughout the water column. And this is really helpful to validate models, improve the assessments of water quality, and also understand the impact of restoration efforts on different living resources in the bay. So talking about fish and oysters and all that good stuff. So the hypoxia buoy system is in its first full year of deployment right now, which is very exciting. Last year was the last pilot, and it currently has 3 vertical arrays that measure dissolved oxygen, temperature, conductivity, which is how we derive salinity, and pressure. So right now you can see the 3 buoys are one at the mouth of the Choptank River, which is the habitat focus area for NZBO, one in the mid-bay near Cooper's Island, and then one at the mouth of the Potomac River. And kind of, when we were doing buoy maintenance, we'd start up in Oxford, and our commute was going down past the Choptank, past the mid-bay, out to Potomac, and back. And so that's what we've been doing about once a week, except when I was away at Poplar. So next slide. My responsibilities for this project included that buoy maintenance, some quality control work that I'll discuss later, report writing, and also poster creation, which I'll be doing next week. So next slide. The buoy maintenance included retrieving the buoys, barnacle busting. Sometimes you get barnacles, sea squirts, and other types of biofouling on these buoys that can really disrupt the data that the sensors are collecting. And then CTD stands for conductivity, temperature, and depth, and we use that to validate our data. So if you go to the next slide, I might have to do a little dance to explain what I'm talking about for everything. So you can see a kind of image of what a buoy would look like. You have a buoy up top, and then data songs going all the way down. There's Jay retrieving a buoy. That's the first step we were talking about. We're cleaning it up here, making sure there's no barnacles on there. You can see Max using the CTD to validate our data in the field and make sure that what we're getting from the Seabird CTD is matching up with what we're getting from the buoys. And then all of this information is available online on the Integrated Ocean Observing System website. So if you want those links to see all the data in pretty real time, let me know and I can send those over to you. And the graphs are so pretty. So next slide. For the quality control element, I, thanks to CJ, was able to get onto this really cool server and do some work manually flagging where we knew the data was wrong. Like for instance, when the buoy was above water for maintenance, you can see that kind of these different blue dots are all manual flags. Threshold testing is our automated flagging. So trying to make sure we have good thresholds to get the computer to tell us when perhaps some of our data is a little wonky. And then also graph creation for annual reporting, going back through all the data we have from 2022 and creating some very pretty graphs. So this is really important work because the other researchers who use this data need to know what's good and how they can use it best. So if we go to the next slide. Oh, how am I doing on time? Okay, that's okay. We can figure that out. For Poplar Island, this, as I mentioned earlier, the surveys we're doing can be used to improve future marsh cells. And also these marsh cells are really important because they are fish nurseries. And so that can help create better population changes in the bay. So that's really exciting. And then for hypoxia, this deployment will inform future deployments as far as where we're placing buoys, how we maintain them, how we quality control the data, and then also the findings are all shared with the Hypoxia Collaborative, which includes researchers who are integrating this data into broader hypoxia forecasting models, and also will be shared via poster at the, this is an acronym, Mid-Atlantic Regional Association Coastal Ocean Observing System meeting this fall. So those are two really important places that this data is being shared. Then if we go to the next slide, I'll really quickly speed through acoustic telemetry. This is the Levy and Catherine project. Next slide.
You have about 2 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, I'll slow down. So I was not tagging the fish, but I was getting the fish also with David and using these 4 different methods. And if you go to the next slide, it was just a whole lot of fun to get exposure to a different type of project. And once again, seeing how it connected to water quality and to Poplar Island and to all these different ecosystem scale projects that are really integrally, wow, words, linked to each other. So if we go to the next slide, there's so many people to thank. And I just really appreciated everyone who let me kind of jump in, learn a little bit about their project. And it was such a joy to be able to work on this summer.
All right, great job. Love the passion, love the display. I love Q&A? Yes.
Were there any crabs? I didn't see.
I didn't either. Wait.
Yeah. First,
There's
wait. Does anyone know what
It is
the
vying for
crab was?
Do we need to say how many fish, how many buoy, or like total?
Everything no matter what. It was gonna be how many of each, but.
Okay. See, I don't know what bass look like. I just counted how many fish there were.
Okay.
I counted like 4.
Okay, give me your answer. Let's see.
4. I think I counted 4 fish and like I think 3 buoys.
There were 3 buoys. There were only 2 of those fish were bass. There was also a fluke pictured. And then there was 1 crab in like the first slide, but I'm also wearing crab earrings. Thank you.
Any other questions?
What did you did a method comparison, like you had an intensive thing where you did a number of different methods, right? How was that? What did you think about that, about comparing different methods?
So as far as for looking at the 2 different fish sampling methods or just overall? Okay.
Yeah, overall, I mean, did you get a real feel for I would imagine you got a real feel for the uncertainty. Now you look at data, right, and you know the uncertainty around the estimate or how much work it is, right, to get a piece of data. So did it change your view, like when you were flagging things or thinking about a QA?
Yes, I think what was really cool to see was last year was the final pilot year for hypoxia, and then comparing to this year. And it was just really cool to see how much was taken from last year and how many fewer bad flags there are this year. Like there's been a huge improvement in the amount of usable data. And so that's really cool to see how these things that I was being told at the beginning of the summer about the barnacle busting and the importance of this field maintenance, that's actually translating to better data. So that was something that was cool for me to see. But even I think next week, as I'm looking at this more, probably there'll be changes in my perception as I start to continue to dig into this data. Yes.
So was the hypoxia buoy, you said it was a vertical array of a number of sensors?
Yes.
Were they like YSI sons?
They're not YSI. I think Mac can speak more to them. They are X.
Oh, exosounds.
Yes. And I can pull up a picture of them. Each at the top you have a buoy that yes, is then connected to these sondes going down at different depths, and you can also have a pressure sensor and words. Can we go back to perhaps the picture of the buoy? If this would be more helpful, maybe if we keep going back. But forward one more. Forward one more. Amazing. So you have this cable that runs up connecting all the different data sondes, and that's what carries up to the top buoy, and that can communicate back with the shore essentially. And so actually another issue we were looking at was kind of making sure these buoys are in a place where there's cell, and so that connection can stay stable. But yes, sorry, does that answer your question?
It does, thank you.
And any other chat?
Yeah. Hey, this is. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Jay.
Yeah. Hey, this is Jay Lazar. Two things quickly. First, Emma was an absolute joy to work with this summer and describes the system and the work that we do better than I do. And so I'm going to be stealing this recording and just playing it whenever I go have to talk about this. And then the other thing, I just wanted to reiterate the quality control piece. It's probably the least sexy of all the elements of the work that we do and the most important. And Emma is leaving us in such a strong position after this work this summer, moving forward, to be able to provide the best data possible to you, the end user. And so we are tremendously grateful for everything that she's done.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you. Now, one of the reasons why I do this job is because you all really inspire me. Hearing you all's passion and why you are into these particular fields is very inspiring to me. Just started, and it's very important that even us in our roles, we still are all offering insight to you all as well as a mentor. And so I've realized that I needed to go and try to get my PhD. And so I got accepted into the University of Miami. And started next step.
Yeah, just looking for Claire.
Okay. Claire Burnett.
I just need to, we need to go up.
It's right there. Down two.
Down one. Oh, two.
One more here.
Oh, Burnett. Wait, where? Burnett?
Burnett.
What is it? Oh.
It doesn't have.
Sorry, I already have the name next to
Yeah.
my bad.
So I'm gonna be shifting away from talking about fish a little bit. And also, I just want to invite everyone, if you're like need a break and you want to stand up and move around as I'm presenting, like please feel free. We've done a lot of sitting and listening today. We won't be offended. So yeah, I'm gonna be talking about climate change education. I've done this already. Go to the next slide.
Speak up a little bit.
Yeah. So I'm Claire. Nice to meet everybody. I'm from Asheville, North Carolina. I attend Dixon College, where I study environmental studies and education. I'll be graduating in December. I don't know exactly what's next, but I really enjoy working at the intersection of climate and environment and education. So I don't know if anyone's seen this tool before from Dr. Ayana Elizabeth Johnson, but we've used it in trainings throughout the summer. I think it's really powerful.
And for me, climate and environmental education really gets to the heart of these three circles: what brings me joy, what I'm good at, or what I hope I'm good at, and what work that I think really needs doing. So that's something that I'll be using to guide future decisions, even though I don't have an exact plan. So I really enjoy working with kids out in the field. That's what I've done the past several summers. And then also thinking about climate and environmental education through an academic lens and doing research in that realm is something that informs my work this summer. Next slide. So this summer, I went to the NOAA Chesapeake Bay office, if that wasn't clear. And I was working with the environmental literacy team. So same big staff meetings, but very different realm within that office. And there's three main elements that I'm working on this summer. One is climate change curriculum research, which I'll mostly be talking about throughout this presentation. I'm also working to develop an environmental literacy model, which is a cool framework you can ask me more about later, or Bart, if you're interested. That's sort of next week's big undertaking. And then I was also working on trainings and professional developments throughout the summer. So the first one was the Mid-Atlantic Climate Change Education Conference. That's not on your radar. It's really cool. You should join. So I was on the planning team just for the summer, and that was really wonderful to have 2 days of great speakers from across the region, talking to lots of educators. I also helped with Climate Generation Summer Institute for Climate Change Education with their Mid-Atlantic cohort. So we brought on a lot of really wonderful educators and focused on rural climate change education and what sort of the particular needs of the Mid-Atlantic are, working with more formal educators there. And then this week, I was out at Bishop's Head with Bart, Elise joined, Maggie, Krista, doing Teachers on the Estuary. So we were focusing on sea level rise and also social emotional learning with a bunch of educators. If I'm a little blurry, we were up late doing some karaoke last night with teachers. So it was really fun to be out on the water. You can see us sorting through some cool critters and seagrass there. So lots going on. Next slide, please. So for my research, this is like my primary undertaking throughout the summer. My main goal was to identify climate change curriculum that is sustained, meaningfully organized, and aligns with the NEWI framework and other criteria. I'll talk more about that piece in a little bit. So this isn't necessarily, to my knowledge, something that's really been done before. There are lots of inventories and resources out there about climate change education sort of broadly, but not necessarily the sustained piece. So you'll find a lot of like one-off lessons. And so I found this curriculum through a variety of different ways. The first, how I got started was a lot of crowdsourcing. And so the environmental literacy team helped a lot. They set me up with a bunch of links and connections. I got on a few calls and just had like lists of 20 names of people to reach out to. And then it sort of snowballed from there. I also did some desktop research. So not just Googling climate change education, but looking at existing inventories like CLEAN. NOAA has a ton of resources and funds a lot of projects. So that was another great lead for me. And then I did a lot of informational interviews. So I talked to curriculum developers, educators of all kinds, professors, school district leaders, environmental literacy leaders broadly. I sort of came out of this work with an understanding, you know, the next slide, that like climate education professional is like a sector and a career, which is really neat. So this is a map of folks that I talked to and where they're located. So I could kind of, I wanted even just for myself to get a sense of the spread. So yeah, that's a quote from Lori Hendrickson, who I talked to, the Washington Office of Public Instruction. If you're familiar with this, World Climb Time is one of those cutting edge initiatives that's coming out of Washington. So she's helping spearhead that. But I think like one of the really cool findings from my work is just there are a lot of people doing this work. They don't all know each other though, and they're not always sharing resources. So I'll get more to that later. You can go to the next slide. So I wasn't trying to just look for all the curriculum. We also wanted to think about like, what does good climate change curriculum look like? Like, what does this learning need to be really impactful? And so we came up with some criteria to help me evaluate it. Found a lot of curriculum, so I wasn't actually able to evaluate all of it. But this is sort of the lens that I was looking through when I was exploring a lot of different resources. So first and foremost, standards aligned. NGSS was sort of our primary set of standards that we were looking at, but then also thinking multidisciplinarily. There are other sets that sort of informed things, but that's teachers' mandate, so it's a really solid starting point. Student-centered, making sure students have voice and choice throughout the learning process, so that pedagogical piece. Social and emotional learning is really important to me, both cultivating those skills through whatever the curriculum is, and also knowing that climate change is a very emotionally loaded topic, and the way that we approach that in the classroom needs to be pretty intentional. Outdoor learning, really fun, and it's also part of the MIWI framework, which I'll talk about in a second. Justice orientation, and then also an action piece. So working at solutions, learning about them, and also working to implement them with students. So there's a lot going on here, but we really wanted to sort of set a high bar for like, this is important work. What does it look like when it's done really well? Can you go to the next slide, please? So this is the MIWI framework. Is anyone familiar with MIWIs? Well, yeah. Great. And for those that aren't, MIWI stands for Meaningful Watershed Education Experience. It got started here in the watershed. There's a lot that you can learn about MIWIs, but the goal is that students in the watershed or in states in the watershed are going to be getting one of these sort of sequenced environmental learning experiences once in elementary, middle, and high school. So it's a really cool opportunity to work in a lot of environmental learning, but hopefully climate education somewhere in that mix. And so I just wanted to show, this doesn't need to make sense to you, but I wanted to show that these evaluation criteria aren't coming from nowhere. They're sort of like aligning pretty closely with existing policies and initiatives. Next slide, please. I want to do an experiment really quickly. So for folks that are here in person, if you could raise your hand if you received climate change education in your formal K-12 learning. Okay. If you could keep your hand raised if you felt like you had voice and choice throughout your learning process. Okay. Keep your hand raised if there was social emotional learning that was involved in that education. You can define that how you will. Okay. Was there a justice component? Were you learning about injustices? Okay. Did you go outside? Did you go outside as part of your climate change learning?
Yeah.
So, okay. And then did you take action? Okay, I'll talk to you after this. That's great. That's another data point for me. So that's pretty rare. And so the reality is that this is the vision. We wanted to set a high bar and look for all of these criteria. But on the right, it looks kind of puny. I would say that that's like pretty good. There's a lot of climate change education out there that just teaches the problem and doesn't think about any of these other layers. And so if you're hitting 3 of those or just some of them, you're doing a pretty good job. But again, gold standard, what we want to work towards. Next slide, please. And so the results of what did I find? I found 270 pieces of curriculum, which is way more than I expected and what the ELIT team expected to find. If you've ever read curriculum, it's like hundreds of pages long. Like, I don't know how teachers are okay. I think they're also not okay for other reasons. So I couldn't read all of those and then evaluate them, but I was able to sort of extract some information about everything that's there. So mostly science-based. There was a lot of interdisciplinary curriculum, but the starting point was almost always science. The majority of it was geared towards middle and high school students, and a lot of it sort of addressed a really wide range. So it would say like 6th through 12th grade. So I don't know how you manage that as an educator. It can be a little tricky. And a lot of it, what we found at least, was plug and play, which just means like it's ready to pick up and be implemented in the classroom. It doesn't necessarily need any adapting. So there's a lot out there. A lot of it is emphasizing causes and consequences of climate change. And more examples are centering solutions and responses, but that's sort of emerging in the more recent examples. It doesn't represent the body of what I've found. And there's a really wide range to the quality and structure of this curriculum. So in talking with some of the developers for some of these pieces, we had like multi-million-dollar grants and teams of like 20+ people out in California developing curriculum that should come out in the next year with the justice orientation and a lot of different committees. And then you would have like one individual in a nonprofit, writing up a PDF, launching it into space. So like it's really hard to assess unless you're having those conversations what the backstory is for these pieces of curriculum. And then implementation, that's not something I have data on, but the impression that I get from conversations is that like a lot of what I found has never been put into the classroom in a systemic way. So we'll talk more about that too. Next slide, please. So here's just like some really basic pieces that I could extract from what I found. It's really hard to compare things because defining like what's the length of a lesson or a unit, it gets pretty tricky. A lot of what I found was created more recently, which is really exciting. And most of it was at the unit or mini unit level, which is like 3 to 5 lessons. I couldn't or didn't find very many like full courses of study or like a full curriculum is how I defined that in my terms. And then I did include a few digital resources. Mostly those were resources that had a lot of traditional ecological knowledge or other components that I felt like elevated them to the point of inclusion in the research, even though they didn't fit like the explicit parameters. And then a teacher's discretion determines how this curriculum is used. So even if I include a full course of study curriculum, it's unlikely that most educators would pick that up and put it right into the classroom. They're most likely gonna like think about their students and their needs and find the pieces that fit well. Next slide, please. So some takeaways. People are really hungry for resources. I got on a lot of calls with people to ask them like, what's out there? What do you have? And they'd be like, we don't know, but it's really cool that you're finding things. Could you send them to us? So that's like a real dynamic that I saw over and over again. Climate education efforts and expertise are scattered. So you saw on that map, there's a lot out there, but it's not necessarily well networked. I talked to several people connected to Berkeley who didn't know each other, and they were all working on climate education, but in slightly different ways. So there's like the network can be strong at the regional level, but I didn't see those like national and sometimes not even hyper-local connections. Anecdotally, when I had these conversations, people were sharing that educators can't find resources or that they can't find the right resources. So a lot of people said, actually, we do want a full unit that's built out. Other folks said, no, we need something that we like articles that we can just plug into our existing curriculum because we don't have space in the scope and sequence. So there's a really wide spectrum of what the needs are, and that also depends on where teachers are located, how many years of experience they have, et cetera. A lot of folks don't feel confident teaching climate change. And then, as many of us probably know, sort of anecdotally, teachers don't always have capacity to do more. They're already being asked to do a lot. And then students, what I'm hearing is the kids care deeply about their futures and that they aren't getting the tools to navigate uncertainty and adversity. And I really saw this in the curriculum that I found as well. Like we're not really setting students up with like any sort of tools or next steps after we're educating them about these issues often. So little graphic here, the resources they're not getting to learners and educators. That's like the biggest takeaway that I found. They're just kind of going into the void. Next slide. And then just to zoom out a little bit, it's been really interesting to sort of get a better sense of the landscape of climate education in this country. And one really big thing that I think I'm taking away from this is that curriculum is just one entry point to climate change education. Schools can also start by focusing on their facilities, engaging more with their community, focusing on the culture in the classroom. So you don't need to have like a climate change unit K-12 necessarily, or a specific course of study offered in a high school to do this work really well. There's a lot of energy being poured into this work. It's been really exciting to see all of this happening. The literature doesn't necessarily reflect that. You might even see a lot of articles coming out saying like, we don't have standards on climate change education, no kids are getting this. But what I saw is that there are a ton of people that are really passionate about that, and in their own lane, they're doing what they can to build up resources and capacity. And success looks different everywhere. So I have this quote here from Sarah Boder and AAEE. So essentially, like the idea of a national climate change curriculum isn't a good fit for how the educational system works in our country, and success is going to look different in a lot of places. Next slide. Almost done. So some recommendations that I have from doing this work for the summer. I think we need to better connect our educators to existing resources. I found a lot out there, and that's just what's out there that's sustained. So we don't need everyone to go out and write a new curriculum right now. We need to strengthen connections between climate education professionals, policies, and resources across the country. I shouldn't have people coming to me, like a 22-year-old intern that's been doing this work for a couple months to figure out what else is out there. So we need to support people in like looking around and doing some of that landscape analysis for themselves. We need to develop more resources that are grounded in the specific needs of schools and communities, which there's some emerging work on that in a few districts. That's really exciting. And then we need to continue that progress on balancing causes, consequences, and solutions in the curriculum itself. So any of us that have had a really depressing environmental class or climate class know like what it feels like to just get all that information and the ickiness of not knowing what to do with it. So that's a place that we can continue to grow. And then raising the bar for pedagogy and emotional literacy, making sure that we're not just teaching really good things, but that we're teaching them well and we're facilitating positive learning experiences that get kids engaged. I really like this quote that Amara FJ shared with me. We don't know who the next climate champions are going to be, and I think that really like sums up a lot of the power of climate education and yeah, the wonder of digging into this work. So that's a summarize from this week. Got it. Next slide. That's all I have for you guys. I want to thank this Barbara Kirsten and Elise for really incredible research.
Wonderful Q&A. Questions? Good. Okay.
When you were kind of doing interviews, what was your favorite like implementation tool or like curriculum or like lesson plan that you saw developed?
So I'm in the process of like doing that full evaluation process for the pieces that I think really stand out. It's really hard for me to pick one, like there are 270. A lot of the work I saw out of Washington was really strong. The Pacific Education Institute has these solutions-oriented storylines that are really cool. But mostly I think it's like the examples that stand out are the examples that work really well for like the audience that they're built for. So anything that like I think the work in California is really exciting as well, focusing on like local environmental issues there. Yeah, I can share the spreadsheet with you. There's a lot, so it's hard to look. Yeah.
Am I speaking someone? Just quick. I think this work is super important. You know, it opens the eye for the huge gap of my education growing up. We never talk about that when I grew up. So, but it's also a super overtake for people like you. Like, how do you guys manage doing all of this amazing work and also like balancing like your own mental health and trying to save the world when the world is really hard to save?
You mean for me personally or like other educators?
Yeah, you personally and what you see other educators do, if you have experience.
Yeah, I would say like my engagement in climate education work, like the starting point really is having a negative experience in high school or just an inadequate experience where I felt like I wasn't given those tools, and I was just like curious about why we've been framing it and telling the stories in science the way that we have been. And it's been like really heartening to meet so many other people that like have been contemplating the same ideas this summer. So the space that I'm in now, like I think the hope that I have comes out of doing work like this. If that makes
sense. And just as a earth science teacher, educated for 6 years, one of the biggest challenges you'll see a lot too is how to communicate that science or climate change curriculum to students that are not necessarily familiar with or have cultural disconnect with the instructor. Most of the instructors are predominantly white women in our society. And me as an educator, I was the 1% of black male teachers in the USA. And, so a lot of the success I had was around bringing in the arts, bringing in rap music, bringing in, popular icons and using that as a means to encourage them. But if teachers don't have any ability to connect culturally with certain demographics of students, it makes their job a lot harder. So that's something I'm thinking. Moving right along, we have a few more here for the day. We welcome Faith.
Thank you. Symposium has shifted to kind of a weird spot over here, but I'll roll with it. Firstly, thanks for sticking around, you guys. I know it's been a bit of a long day and you've been talked out a lot, but I really appreciate you being present here. So as you can see by my comedically large name tag, I'm Faith, and I'm really excited to tell you about my time at the Cooperative Oxford Laboratory as a contractor with CSS under contract with NOAA. Next slide, please. So just a bit about me. So I was born and raised on the Eastern Shore of Maryland, in particular Queen Anne's and Talbot counties. So I spent a lot of my childhood mucking around in bay mud that I just learned was probably full of PFAs. Really good to know. I'm a rising junior at Johns Hopkins University. I'm double majoring in environmental science and earth and planetary science. And I do plan to pursue a master's in conservation biology or a related field, but I'm in no rush. Next slide. So some context about the Cooperative Oxford Laboratory and my unique experience. So at COL, I was not assigned to one project, but instead I assisted with a number of ongoing projects there. So the cooperative part of COL is that on site we have both the Maryland Department of Natural Resources and NOAA. So again, very unique, collaborative. Some of the tasks that I was assigned to were fish and shellfish health assays, so doing pathology, histology, and population surveys. I also got to work on some eastern oyster growth modeling, and then applying all of this to fisheries and aquaculture management locally. At the forefront of my experience was professional development. Like I said, COL is a very interdisciplinary and collaborative environment that allowed me to get a well-rounded experience with a number of different professions. As you can see on the right, that was my little intern plaque. It started with a sticky note that I put up as a joke, and then our facilities manager made me a real plaque that says intern at large. So I appreciated that. Next slide. So one of my primary activities was working in Ava Ellitt's lab, doing some Vibrio forecasting. So Vibrio is a naturally occurring bacteria in coastal waterways, and it can cause serious infections in a number of organisms, including ourselves. So a lot of the work that Ava does and her team at the lab is they process different samples, whether that be seawater or biological matter such as oysters for Vibrio species. And it's all contributing to a forecasting model that was developed at COL by John Jacobs and his team. It all calibrates that model, which is used to educate and inform the public and any stakeholders on the presence of Vibrio and the dangers of Vibrio in the Chesapeake. In doing this, I got to use a lot of fun new scientific instruments. I got to hone my sterile lab techniques. As you can see on the right here, this is me really excited about our new concentrating pipette that we received from InnovaPrep under a NOAA Small Business Research Innovation Grant. And I saw the whole process of DNA extractions, isolations, sequencing, all of that in order to calibrate our Vibrio forecasting. Next slide. So more on that. This is a GIF of our model. This is a 6-day hindcast, present day, and then 1-day forecast of, in particular, Vibrio vulnificus in the Chesapeake Bay, and that's the one that you really don't want to get in your open wound. So you can take a look for yourself. There's a QR code, and feel free to ask me about it afterwards. But it is a very interactive and publicly available thing because, of course, it affects all of us in our health. And currently, working with Ava, we are applying this model to other regions and species. So we're actually right now, it might be done, but for the past day or so, we've been running the whole genome of a Vibrio species from Pacific oysters from Alaska, Vibrio parahemolyticus to be exact. And I was able to extract all of the DNA from that, and we're running it through MySeq technology to get the whole genome sequence. Next slide. I also had the pleasure of working with Brian Preziosi, doing some freshwater mussel histology. So I got to look at hundreds of microscope images, looking at the tissue and the organs of Maryland's native freshwater mussel species. Brian is seeking to create a histological atlas for freshwater mussels. And to do this, we have to look at all of their innards. So, for example, underneath the picture of me is actually the intestine of a mussel, and it's full of whatever it had eaten before it got frozen and preserved in this slide. So there's lots of phytoplankton in there. It's just kind of an interesting snapshot of what it had for lunch. And so this asset, this is to be used for, again, a histological atlas that will give us kind of a baseline of a healthy mussel specimen to be used for any kind of health assays down the line as a comparison. Similar things have been done for our lovely oysters, but mussels have been underappreciated. And I also got to learn the process of creating paraffin blocks for microscope slides, which is extremely tedious. Next slide. So I did have the pleasure of working with Chuck Stentz and his guys from the Maryland Department of Natural Resources fishery team. So one of the things I got to do was collect fish for pathology studies at COL from a number of our partners. One was Unicorn Lake Fish Hatchery up in Millington, and then also Horn Point Lab in Cambridge. So collecting the fish they're raising and running them through bacteriology and virology to make sure that they're all just in good health. Also, as you can see, I'm holding a massive 40-pound blue catfish right there. I got to help out with their electrofishing surveys on the Marshy Hope on the southern shore. The blue catfish is a highly invasive species that threatens our populations of native fish and our blue crab. And I felt pretty threatened by it too. It was scary. So just trying to get an idea of how pervasive that species is in that area and how we could better manage it. And last but not least, we have the Eastern Oyster Growth Study that I was working on with Suzanne Bricker and Jason Spires. So the goal of this study was looking into factors of oyster growth, including fluidity, so whether they're diploid or triploid, and then culture method, so bottom versus cage grown. Those are both ways in which oysters can be raised, and how this can be applied to aquaculture. So this is pertinent now because oysters are now included in the Maryland Nutrient Trading Program via the Maryland Department of the Environment. So essentially, oyster tissue from an aquaculture operation is currency in this crediting system. And polluters, anybody trying to offset their nutrient load into the Chesapeake can purchase these credits from the Nutrient Trading Program. And that can be done now through aquacultured oysters. And throughout this study, we did a meta-analysis of several years of farm-grown oyster data that Suzanne and Jason had collected. And next slide, please. So our data also contributed to the farm model, which is the farm aquaculture resources model. And this is a very simplified diagram of what that computer simulates. So essentially on the left, you can see the input with our nutrients, our chlorophyll A, our particulate organic matter. That's all going through this shellfish operation, in our case oysters. And the computer models how the oysters can assimilate those nutrients via their biomass, via their feces and pseudofeces. And then on the right side, we have reduced nutrient load, reduced particulate matter, thanks to the filtration abilities of our oysters. So on the farm model, it not only estimates production of the oysters, but it's very powerful in that it can estimate the nutrients removed by a cultured population of oysters, and then hence can estimate how valuable they are in the Maryland Nutrient Trading Program. The issue with this is that the model is calibrated only to cage-grown oysters, not bottom-grown, such as the one we were studying at COL. So they have different growth habits, and we wanted to try and better calibrate that model to a different environment. Next slide. And then click one more time. So an interesting finding of mine was at Orchard Point. This is on the Chester River. It's a hatchery that has both diploid and triploid oysters. So it's kind of generally accepted that triploids are able to grow faster, grow larger faster, because they don't reproduce. Triploid oysters are sterile. They don't have to exert energy for reproduction, and so they can grow quicker. So the Orchard Point diploids actually completely contradicted that. The diploids perform better there. That is, for some reason, they had some kind of an advantage. We couldn't really identify what it was, but it's still significant because triploids are valued more in the training program and then also in the farm model. They are hypothesized to be better at filtration because they're just more efficient. They don't have to, spend any energy reproducing. But we looked into salinity regimes and other factors of growth. There's lots of room for research here, but the most significant finding was that at Orchard Point, for some reason, the diploids are doing better, and I hope to explore this more with Suzanne and Jason. And then it is important to note that there are similar findings coming out of a study in NOAA Milford up in Connecticut with Julie Rose. So we're hoping to compare some data with them and see kind of what's going on and if we have to adjust these models and adjust these nutrient trading programs. Next slide. All right, and that brings me to my thank yous. All of the wonderful people at COL, Sean, Ava, Rose, Jason, Bart, Suzanne, Brian, and John Jacobs, and then Russ up at Unicorn Lake Hatchery. These were some really fantastic mentors to me. Again, that's a sound I've become really familiar with. Again, I had kind of an unconventional experience as a contractor. It wasn't the most linear path for me. I was kind of all over the place, but these people were really great examples and role models for me in the scientific community. Next slide. And yeah, I'm happy to take questions now. I want to thank StREAM and Randy for inviting me here. And thank you guys for listening. I know it was a lot. Sorry if I gave you emotional whiplash with all the different topics I had to cover.
You did a great job. Thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Okay, moving on, we have Michelle, and we have one more. I think Cameron is on Zoom, right? I think she'll be presenting up from Zoom.
All right.
So you may want to just send her a message, see if she's on.
Sorry, all good. All right, hi, I'm Seychelle Brainerd, and this summer I worked for the National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science in NOAA at the Cooperative Oxford Lab with Dr. Jason Spires. Today I will be talking about my primary research project, testing natural substrates for Chrysostria virginica settlements. Next slide, please. I'm a rising junior at Smith College studying environmental science and policy and mathematical statistics. This summer, I received the Agnes Shedendrea Fellowship to intern with NOAA. Over the course of this internship, I worked on a variety of different projects, which is the primary reason I chose this internship, as it allowed me to develop a wide variety of skills and learn more about the marine science field. It was also an incredible opportunity to get hands-on lab experience and learn more about an ecosystem I am very unfamiliar with, being born and raised in Hawaii. Post-graduation, I plan to continue marine science research and pursue graduate studies in this field. Next slide, please. While I will be primarily talking about the nature-based settlement experiment, I will also briefly discuss a few of the other projects I worked on, including upgrading an oceanographic monitoring station, modeling oyster growth, and a few other miscellaneous activities. Next slide. The eastern oyster is a keystone species. Oyster populations engineer ecosystems that provide habitat for forage fish, invertebrates, and other shellfish, regulate sediment and nutrient fluxes through filtration, and foster socioeconomic returns to commercial and recreational fishers and coastal communities. However, current populations in the Chesapeake Bay are at critically low levels, with the current population abundance estimated to be about 1% of historic levels. This decline is due to the deposition of sediment, overharvesting, disease, and hypoxia and anoxia. Luckily, the Chesapeake Bay is the site of the world's largest targeted oyster restoration effort. Next slide, please. To aid with this restoration effort, Jason and I looked at ways to green gray infrastructure and create oyster ecosystems on hardened surfaces, such as seawalls, pilings, and riprap. To do this, we looked at materials that are known to have fostered oyster settlement and do not contain any plastics. In nature, we know that oysters have settled on both coconuts and volcanic rocks. So for this experiment, we looked at materials derived from these substrates, coconut fiber in the bottom, and then two types of basalt fiber above that, with the coated basalt, which is more rigid, and uncoated basalt, which is more flexible. All of these materials are malleable and can be wrapped around pilings or draped along seawalls to create a veneer of oysters along these hardened surfaces. As oysters settle on these materials, they will grow and adhere to the surfaces behind them, even as the materials potentially biodegrade. Ultimately, we want to find a material that is both malleable and nature-based, that can be outplanted onto the hardened surfaces with juvenile oysters already attached on them to colonize gray surfaces. The overarching goal of this experiment was to aid with the restoration of oyster reefs and also develop new aquaculture strategies. This directly supports NCOS's goal to aid and inform strategic restoration and management of coastal habitats in order to enhance ecosystem services. Next slide. There have been no documented larval settings on any of these materials. Therefore, to verify that they would be suitable substrates, we first conducted a small-scale experiment in the lab. Each of the four materials had 3 pseudo-replicates, as seen on the bottom left-hand corner. Each of the materials was placed into a 1-liter glass beaker known as the settlement chamber and filled with half of a liter of river water collected from the edge of the lab's pier. We then collected 50,000 larvae from the Horn Point oyster hatchery and placed 1,000 larvae into each of the settlement chambers. An airline was added to each of the chambers, and algae were fed to the larvae over the course of their settlement period. After 5 days, we removed all of the materials from their settlement chambers and counted the number of spat attached to each of the materials. We then placed the materials in flow-through for 2 weeks. Next slide, please. Here we have documentation of oysters attached to each of the 4 settlement materials. The spats are the very small white dots that are very difficult to see. I put arrows pointing to them, but they are tiny. Next slide, please. So typically, oyster hatcheries aim for a settlement rate of about 10 to 30%, although rates of 5 to 10% are also not uncommon. Our control group of the oyster valve had an average settlement rate of 17.3%. The uncoated basalt fiber had an average of 16.9%. However, while counting the spat on this material, I noticed that they were very loosely attached to the fibers and easily fell off. The coconut fiber had an average settlement rate of 7.4%, while the coated basalt fiber had the lowest average at 7.3%. So all of these materials had settlement rates not uncommon for oyster hatcheries. Next slide, please. Given the positive results of this initial experiment, we decided to scale up the system to see how it would perform outside of a lab setting. To do this, the University of Maryland Horn Point Oyster Hatchery was kind enough to let us use one of their setting tanks. We draped 3 meters of coconut fiber over wooden poles, as seen in the pictures to the left, filled the tank with water, added 1 million larvae, and then let the tank in a static system for 9 days while the larvae were fed algae by hatchery staff. The end goal of this experiment was to place the coconut fiber around pilings or along rock walls and the bay bottom in the oyster sanctuary outside of COL. After 9 days, we came back to verify that oysters had actually settled on the material, and we have confirmation of settlement in the picture on the bottom right. Once again, the stat is very hard to see, but I promise they are there. We then kept the material in flow-through at Horn Point for an additional 3 weeks. We had observed that spat easily fell off this material, and we wanted to give them a chance to grow more before transportation. The material is currently in flow-through at COL for more long-term observations. Next slide, please. While this large-scale experiment was taking place, we also checked back in on the results of the initial experiment to examine the retention. Unfortunately, we observed that all the natural materials had significant loss after 2 weeks in flow-through. On the oyster valve, 45 to 49% of the spat remained, while all the natural materials had over 99% of spat loss. This loss is most likely due to the unstable settlement material as fibers are all very thin and active and do not provide a stable place for the oysters to attach and grow to. Next slide, please. So all of these materials did have settlement rates not uncommon for oyster hatcheries, so we know that they have the potential to be suitable for oyster settlement. However, we did observe that there were significant loss and reduction of oysters on these natural materials. So in order to improve retention, the next steps in this experiment is to use a variation of these materials that provide a larger footprint for the oysters to attach to. For example, that is a bamboo mat that Jason plans to experiment with in the upcoming month. Next slide, please. Another project I worked on was upgrading the oceanographic monitoring system at COL. The lab collects water quality data from the edge of their pier and uploads it to a website for public use. This summer, we modified the system for a long-term deployment and upgraded the rest of the system. We installed a winch onto the edge of the pier, secured the monitoring device in a metal housing as seen in the picture on the right, and reconfigured the device for a more long-term deployment. We also reprogrammed the data collection code to collect data hourly and automatically upload it to this website. The QR code is a link to the website if you want to see near real-time water quality data from the Tread A pond. All right, next slide. All right. Jason was also working on an experiment with Suzanne Becker that I helped out with. This is the same project that they talked about in the last presentation, so I'll just be piggybacking off of that. Jason and Suzanne were collecting data on bottom-grown oysters to be used in the farm aquaculture resource management model that estimates the removal of nutrients by bottom culture oysters. The estimated nutrient removal can be used in the Maryland Nutrient Tribune Program that financially compensates farmers for the amount of nutrients that their oysters remove via filtration. Jason and Suzanne were modeling a 3-year oyster aquaculture cultivation cycle in just 1 year, using 3 distinct age cohorts simultaneously. And I assisted this project by weighing and measuring the oysters and also performing data analysis and modeling. So the 2 graphs on the bottom right are the length versus whole weight in the middle and length versus dry tissue weight on the right. And this is pretty much the growth curve of a 3-year oyster cultivation cycle for bottom-grown oysters. All right, next slide. Over the course of this internship, I worked on developing my knowledge synthesis and system thinking skills. Especially during the nature-based settlement experiment, I was given the opportunity to take the lead on this project, which required me to analyze ideas, evaluate information from literature and observations, and apply these theories to the experiment. When we noticed significant falloff on the natural materials, it forced me to identify important aspects of the system that could cause limitations and then develop the next steps based on this information. Next slide, please. I also worked on a couple other activities this summer, including supporting dive operations, participating in vessel safety training, collecting fish for the lab's aquarium, shucking oysters to feed this fish, and then conducting oyster population surveys on the rock walls around COL. Next slide. This has been a really incredible opportunity for me, and I would like to thank Jason Byers for all of his help, along with the rest of the staff from COL, Smith College for the funding, StREAM and CRC for the opportunity to be here today, and the Horn Point Oyster Hatchery for their collaboration and facilities. Thank you.
All right.
So we do have a question in the chat, and it's from.
It's from Kristen Saunders. It says Maryland is standing up a new task force or advisory committee on the substrate. Will you consider submitting your research for the consideration and make sure you get proper credit for your research findings?
Yeah, we're happy to give all of our results.
Yeah,
to whoever needs them.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so Seychelle, nice presentation.
Thank you.
Is the thought with setting RVM these different green, gray infrastructure substrates, is the thought to do that let's say on, whether it be bamboo or the coconut stuff, in a tank, or to actually deploy those in the field on top of, let's say, a typical grade structure?
The hope is to set these materials with oysters and then outplant them with the oysters already attached onto the green materials. So then there will be natural recruitment after that, as there already is an oyster ecosystem that's fostered by these natural materials.
Following up question, because not an oyster scientist, right? So what I learned is like oysters use like environmental cues to settle. So are you guys putting something to enhance like settlement, or is that not a thing for the lab environments?
We were not using any environmental cues in the lab setting, although that is something that is done with like direct setting techniques. There's like oyster cued water, but that is not something that we were using for any of these materials.
Great presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Ms. Cameron, is she on there?
Yes, she said that she's ready.
Good.
So I just,
Yeah, so, I don't know, let me see. Cameron, you there?
I am.
How you doing? Do you want to share your screen, or you want us to share our screen of your, yeah, maybe you can share.
Okay, I can do that.
I think you'd have to be a co-host to share it, so it may be easier for you to share it.
for us to share it.
So let's give us 1 second. But you're welcome to, yeah, this is our last one. We made it. Take as much food as you want. Sodas, I would, and I, you know, I know I understand, you know, you all, but I would love to get a group picture just right out here, somehow.
Yep, hers is not in the share.
Oh, that's right, it's in the presentation slides. Likeness Show us, Cameron. You have to speak up a little bit.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Can you see me, or are you not able to see me?
Yep, we can see you. Yep.
Hi. First I want to say hi to Bill, because I heard his voice. I know he's in there. So hi, Bill. I worked with him and Dr. Vanessa Vargas-Wynn this summer. My name's Cameron Overton. I'm a global sustainability scholar. I know it's a different program than what you are working in, but it's a Belmont Forum funded program for scholars and fellows. I'm a scholar, which is a 2-summer program. So this summer I had the ability to work with Dr. Bill Dennison and Dr. Vanessa Vargas-Wynn on their Coast Guard project. And my project was about diversifying the stakeholder engagement on that project. So next slide, please. So first I want to talk about Coast Guard for those of you who are not aware about what Coast Guard is. So it's a project that's headed by the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science. I'll call it UMCS from now on. And also their Integration and Application Network, which I'll refer to as IAN. But it's a coastal ocean assessment for sustainability and transformation card. It's kind of a framework. It's something that is done not just with UMCS and IAN, but also with scientists from the other study sites. So the Chesapeake Bay is only one study site that they are present on. They also have a study site in Tokyo Bay, the Goa Coast, Manila Bay, Ishigaki Island as well. So we're working with scientists from all of those places, not just here in the Chesapeake Bay. It's a stakeholder-driven tool that is transnational and transdisciplinary. And the goal of it is to monitor, forecast, and report the effectiveness of management decisions on coastal and ocean sustainability. So the vision for Coast Guard is to provide the right people with the right scientific information and guidance based on robust models to catalyze positive change. So there's 3 parts that you can see here that work together to make it function. So First at the top, you see report cards. So socio-environmental report cards are part of this framework. It's part of these environmental status assessment portion. Social network analysis is also part of it. It is for the societal guidance portion, and the system dynamics modeling is for identification of prioritized actions. So next slide, please. So the portion of the Coast Guard framework that I worked on this summer was socio-environmental report cards. Here you can see the most recent report card that was released by Ian. It was released very early this summer. I have a QR code here because I cannot show all of the report card. There's a lot to it. It's really awesome. I do encourage you all to look at the report cards that they produce, but I was just going to show portions here. So that is a link to Ian's website where they have all of the report cards that they make. So here you can see there's the Bay report card, the overall Bay score that was given this year by Ian, and then also the new Environmental Justice Index. So what they do to make these report cards is they identify indicators. And these indicators are not just ecological, but also social and economic. So there's also graphs that have social and economic grades for the Bay, which is really awesome. In addition, they have the Bay indicators that are seen here. So they use them to give a grade to the watershed, and it's a science communication tool that's very effective in really connecting to the regular public and sharing science information with them. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So during this summer, there were listening sessions. These are a stakeholder engagement event where we go to a place on the watershed and people come to us and we engage with them using stations. People are allowed to come up to us, and we use sticky notes and boards for people to interact with us physically and for it to be a fun experience. There's 7 stations overall. Some of them include visions for a sustainable future. One of them is called Live, Work, Play, where people can mark on a map where they live, work, and recreate. One of them is a social network analysis station. Another one is a system dynamics modeling station where people draw on a causal loop diagram and share their own opinions. These were fantastic ways to engage with the community. They were very successful in receiving a lot of information. And we were able to get a lot of just conversation as well from people about their opinions and their thoughts about their communities and their watershed. While this information was extremely valuable and very amazing, we noticed that there was a very specific demographic that we were reaching when we were at these first 4 listening sessions that was organized by UMCs. As you can see here, you can see the trends that we saw. Nearly all of the people we spoke to were white. They were middle upper class, over 40 years old, and many people were not in the workforce anymore. So they were retired as well. This could also be due to how the listening sessions were set up. They were on a weekday, and they were from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., which is a very difficult time period for people who are working during the day. And we do recognize that. So next slide, please. Now, of course, while this was a great way to collect information, there are issues with only reaching a key demographic. So the first thing, of course, is that we're missing minorities. We're excluding minorities in the information that we're collecting. And this information is important because it's used to provide indicators and information for future report cards that will be disseminated. So these ideas, these decisions that could be made from just these sessions where we're not getting information from other groups could disproportionately affect those groups or even harm them further or even encourage oppressive cycles that have been going on for a long while. In addition to that, a lot of minorities live in these vulnerable communities where these issues, the environmental issues, are felt at a disproportionate rate. So we're not accounting for the people that are in those circumstances as well. And that is a problem as well. Of course, this is only the second summer that this kind of stakeholder engagement has been being done for the report card. So there's always places for us to learn and grow. So my task this summer was, what can I do in a summer that's going to facilitate change and maybe change how they do future stakeholder engagement for these report cards? Next slide, please. So why not engage in faith-based groups? I say that because initially, when I first came to this internship, my PIs were very interested in engaging with faith-based communities to receive their thoughts, their opinions about their environment, about their community. And I was very, very excited about that. And I recognize in some of the intern work that I've done this summer and also last summer that many times faith-based communities are overlooked in environmental conversations, but it's confusing to me a little because these communities have historically been pillars, especially for minority groups. They provide shelter, resources, other help and information to the communities that they serve. They're already deeply engaged with the surrounding community and also with a network of other religious groups. And they regularly practice other kinds of stewardship. They serve the community in many different ways. So I was excited to really facilitate a connection between Susan Ian and a faith-based group, and I myself am part of a faith-based group. So what I did this summer is I facilitated a 5th listening session with the Capitol Rivers Church that's kind of around the DC area in Maryland. And I just wanted to see what kind of fruit can come out of this connection, and can we, by doing this listening session, fill in these gaps that we have been seeing in our previous listening sessions. So next slide. So we were able to do that, which is really, really awesome. Here's a picture of us set up at their service. Now, there is a difference in terms of the setup and the planning of this listening session, which I think should be identified as well. In the previous listening sessions, people came to us and we were set up in locations along the watershed. This time, this was a specialized and targeted more listening session. So we came to them in their space where they worship on Sundays. We sat in a hallway after the worship, and people were allowed to come to us if they wanted to talk with us. So of course, that does change how many people want to engage because it's a different kind of engagement. Of course, we're making the effort to come to them, but it was very fruitful. It was very exciting. It was different, certainly, than the previous ones that we had had that summer, but it was still very fruitful overall. So next slide. Here's some kind of findings that we found. So first, this listening session was definitely more of a learning space this time around. And it was great to see people making connections. One connection that we saw first is kind of about an awareness piece where people were very aware of environmental issues around the DC, Baltimore area, even in other parts of Maryland. But a lot of people had not made the connection between the environmental issues in these spaces and the well-being of themselves, their families, and their communities. It was very interesting to see people marking their spaces on maps and then us sharing about some of the maybe water quality issues or things that were going on upstream, and them thinking, well, that's my water source. That does affect my family. It affects myself. That is a big part of the whole goal of the report card, or even you could say Coast Guard, is science communication and building environmental literacy in people. So that was a big part that I was very encouraged to see, that us going into these targeted spaces also helps the community grow in their understanding of environmental issues and how it affects them as a community. Additionally, we have a system dynamics model station, like I said, where people are allowed to draw connections on a causal loop diagram so they can connect social, economic, and ecological things together. And they can also write their own comments about things that might not be on the causal loop diagram. We've had this station for every listening session, even the previous 4. And this was the first time where this topic was highly interacted with, which I found to be very interesting, something that I didn't think I was going to see. But many people were interested in the job availability portion of the causal loop diagram. And we're talking about developing green jobs, especially for people of color, and specifically women building wealth as well. And this is just information that we would have never even considered or thought of, or just because we hadn't heard it from any of the other listening sessions. And the last one that was really awesome to see was the connections. This church had a lot of educators. There were a lot of people involved in the local school systems, as well as people that were involved in environmental jobs at NOAA and at the DOD. So we just saw this wonderful interconnectedness between all these people who came together and were chatting with us and very interested in our work. We even met a teacher who had heard about the report card and was teaching it as part of her curriculum, which was incredible. But the connections portion to me was very, very, very interesting and also beneficial to the report card effort and Coast Guard's effort. There is a need for environmental literacy. There's a need for a deeper connection with stakeholders when it comes to the report card process. And we see the richness here in this community in their interest and their desire. So being that I do have a second summer in this program, because it's 2-summer program for the scholars, I think that this just presented a really awesome space for me to further these relationships and build an even more connected network for Coast Guard, for the socio-environmental report cards. It's a great avenue for spreading awareness of environmental issues, for the use of these report cards as science communication tools, and also to further diversify the network that Coast Guard has really already created at this point. Next slide.
Got about 3 minutes. Oh,
yeah, I'm good. But thank you so much. Yeah, ours was supposed to be a little shorter, so I understand. But of course, thank you to my PIs, Dr. Bill Dennison, Dr. Vanessa Vargas-Wynn, and all of these people for supporting our research this summer, and Randy for inviting me, allowing me to come and sit in and also just share with you guys what I've been doing this summer. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much. And we'll check the chat. Does anybody have any questions? Mark?
Hey, Cameron, this sounds really cool. Like, what are is this going to be an ongoing approach to kind of connecting with and supporting faith-based communities, with like getting this information out, as well as like keep it on checking in to get feedback?
I definitely hope so. I know that next summer we definitely have some plans to continue engaging with these faith-based communities and others as well. Next year, they want to take a more targeted approach for the listening sessions. I mean, it's just our second year, so I guess we're learning as we go about what is really helpful, what is beneficial to informing the indicators and report cards and getting proper diversity in the information and the people that we're talking about. So I'm hoping that that will be something that continues, that these relationships are not just going to die out, but actually get stronger, because there's a lot of richness in the community here. And I'm sure that other faith-based communities have that same thing going for themselves. So I hope so.
I'd like to thank Cam for this presentation, because Cam is one of the 6 Global Sustainability Scholars we have this summer, and our program starts in mid-May and ends 2 weeks ago. So she's back home in Kansas and representing our cohort this summer. It was a fantastic summer, and Cam and the rest were really pushed us in the ways that we needed to be pushed, and gave us this wonderful entree to the faith-based communities that we really want to follow up on, and really target now these underserved communities and make sure their voices are heard. Because I think in the Chesapeake Bay, they've been ignored historically. So this is a great entree.
Fantastic. We have one from Brittany Hall.
Hi, I'm driving now, but I just wanted to say I appreciate the presentation. If you hadn't heard from earlier, serve as the co-chair for the diversity work group of the Chesapeake Bay program. Also work for National Park Service, and these are some of the skills that, like, you probably saw from Lena's presentation, that we've been trying to scream from the sidelines with the Park Service, and we've been seeing how the changing approaches in the Chesapeake Bay program to this type of work proves to be way more effective. And I think with your research that you have yet another case study that really needs to be shared. So I hope you're going to publish and create a report that you get on that conference circuit and show people that this can be done, and that equity and inclusion can be should be at the center and at the beginning, maybe not in your process, but now learning how to with the second year change your approach and do it in a way that transforms the data and really makes an effective form of communication with communities, and for communities, and alongside communities.
Awesome. Thank you, Brittany. And thank you for the work you're doing, too. Okay, thank you all. That wraps up the day for us today. I want to thank everybody in the Zoom world. Thank you, Cameron, Bill, and Julie. Hello, Julie. And anybody? Hey. I want to send a special shout out to the mentors as well, and others that. Even others that are serving as mentors, but may not technically be a mentor, but still people who have served as kind of in that capacity. I want to thank the new mentors because this is a new, I hope that you'll see more of you all. And one of the big things we want to really push this round is that we want the mentors to encourage the interns to pick a mentor at their home college. And then that mentor at their home college be introduced to their summer internship mentor so that they can be, all working towards the favor of the intern. If there are professional development funds that you have not spent yet, out of the 1,500 that you all have allotted, you can use that up until the beginning of summer. So you have time to use it during the school year as well. But in order to activate those funds, you need to have picked a mentor at your home college and run it by your home college mentor, as well as maybe your summer mentor as well if you're still in contact with them. And then after they've kind of given you the okay or the approval, then you let me know, and then we'll get the process started for that. All right. But that's it. Yes.
No, I just had to say another just thank you to all the interns too. And I hope that you had a valuable experience, but really know that I got speaking for myself, Claire, and some others, but super thankful for the skill, the fun, everything that you did bring to the summer, and it's hugely welcome and it makes the summer a joy, and it really does. So thank you for all that.
You all went over and beyond, man. Yeah.